Alrighty. Beautiful. Love to see it. Had a pretty bad run in this week since the loss of Lavina. A couple of deaths along the way. I'm not going to give Mystic Swordsman another shot today. Ooh. Oh, the volume on that's not too bad actually. Each event is preceded by prophecy. In the waning years of the third era of Tamriel, a prisoner born on a certain day to his uncertain parents was sent under guard without explanation to Morrowind, ignorant of the role it is to play in that nation's history. Let's skip it there. Azura is a fair bit louder than the background music in that scene. Unfortunately, the game volume just doesn't respect that cutscene.
You were dreaming. What's your name?
Now, I'm just going to chuck in a test name to get us to the character creator, Socius Urgala.
I heard them say
I've been dying off it enough that I was thinking about adding like a character creator to try and get me through faster, but look, there's no rush.
This is where you get off. Come with me.
Come with me, he says. There's no rush. Oh, yes, we got it. Nice. We got the skip. The first corridor guard skip, that's actually really quite difficult. When we get a character that is going to be doing well and not dying or anything like that, we'll not regret taking our time with the character creator process. Now today, I was thinking of having another go at our executioner build from earlier in the week. Now at the time we played the Nord, and I would be keen to give another Nord another go, but I was also thinking maybe giving an Orc a go. Ooh. It's not the worst thing in the world. They have resist magic and they have berserk to fortify health, fatigue, and attack. Now, draining agility means that you dodge less. That's minus 20%, minus 20 points of evasion. But fortify attack, 100 points is plus. It's a 100% chance to hit. And fortify fatigue, I suppose, doesn't actually do much in that context, which is interesting. But the fortify health for 20 points for 60 seconds is actually kind of an important thing. I was having a think about why our Red Guard character, our envoy, daedra, why he did so well getting through this kind of hump of the early game, transitioning out of the early game kind of creatures up through ancestral ghosts and bone walkers and rogues, and then the kind of characters that will just kind of capstone that will be humans, mer with heavy weapons, so dual-handed axes, hammers, and bastard swords, because they will just chop you down, unfortunately. And also the kind of things that will capstone you there will be wizards who can deal you substantially more damage than you can heal through, like large fire spells, 40 points of damage over 2 seconds or things like that. Because you do just get chopped down really quickly with those kinds of magic spells if you do get hit by them. And then thirdly, like skeleton archers, because their bows in the early game have really phenomenal damage. The bone mold bow has 30 points of damage, and that's before adding an arrow. And the skeleton archers can spawn with arrows to paralyze, or viper arrows, or things like that. So they are just really, really scary. One of our characters, one of our mystic swordsman characters died recently to a skeleton archer. One of them died to a man with a bastard sword, and definitely I could have pushed that combat a little bit harder. Maybe it was totally fine to take that combat if I actually used my shield, and if I actually went in with, with my there were a couple of things going wrong there. I kind of just didn't take my preparations before the actual fight. And I also didn't read which potions I was using during the fight. I was using cheap restore health potions as opposed to standard ones. But either way, I think I think I would like to audible away from a red guard or a Breton character. Halavina was a Breton, I believe. Is that true? Is that remotely true? I've forgotten. They weren't a Wood Elf. They weren't a Red Guard. They weren't an Orc. They weren't a Nord. They weren't a Khajiit. They weren't an Imperial. They weren't a High Elf. They weren't a Dark Elf. They weren't Argonian. They must have been a Breton. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I audible towards Breton because of this Magicka resistance, 50%. It really just feels... I mean, Dragon Skin as well. Both of these are really, really nice defensive abilities that solve a big problem in the early game. So getting over that hump feels very, very good. I think today, though, it might be wise to choose... Just going into our Executioner build. Now, what we'll be taking this character through, we'll be taking this character through kind of a role play of becoming an informant and a plant for the Empire. You know, they're not in the Blades by choice. They're a known figure. The Imperials have their eyes on them. They've come out of jail, and they've been jailed for legitimate crimes. We'll be carrying on that RP from our Nordic character who died earlier this week with this build. And I feel like that character really did have legs. And what ended up killing that character was actually we took a writ and went and killed a man in the Grazelands. And then the game crashed when we were returning. And I hadn't saved, and so when we reloaded the crash, we had to do the fight again. And the second time I took the fight, I forgot to rest up beforehand. So the first time I went in with full fatigue, and I went in with full health, and the second time I just forgot to rest up. And so we went in with no fatigue and lower health. And even though he only had, I believe, a chitin war axe, he did take us down. There was a couple of swings there that definitely missed, that could have hit with higher fatigue. So we'll carry this through again. We'll do the same RP because I quite like it in the character. I'm just thinking if Nord is the way to go, and to be Nordic in Morrowind, I suppose, is to be already quite a suspicious kind of character of all the Outlanders. I mean, of all the Outlanders they hate, which are all of them, they kind of hate the Khajiit, the Argonians, and the Nords the most. They also hate the Imperials quite a lot, though. Well, I suppose the ones they seem the most ambivalent. Look, the Dark Elves hate their neighbours. The Dark Elves hate their neighbours. The Nords of Skyrim, the Imperials of Cyrodiil, the Khajiit of elsewhere, and the Argonians of Black Marsh. And you know, how is it that they consider how is it that they hate the Khajiit more than than the Wood Elves, even though the Wood Elves are closer in proximity? Oh, because they're a beast race, and that just doesn't jibe with them. Look, I think maybe carrying on another Nord character is actually a fair way to go. I really do think that Woad is again, like similar to Dragonskin, a really great ability for that. And Thunderfist does help us solve a lot of the problems in the early game with damage output, if there are people, especially because this is a guaranteed to land. It's guaranteed to cast correctly, so 25 points of frost damage is not, great against other Nords. Obviously, they resist frost 100%. But against a lot of other characters, frost goes a long way on Morrowind. Let me put it that way. Resist to shock has some great late game utility. A lot of the checks along the game do use shock damage, even if you don't see it too much out in the wild. Similar to Frost, even if you don't see it too much out in the wild, there are a couple of big checks where you will come into contact with Frost or Shock. The things you want to be careful about more in the wild are like fire damage and like poison, right? So someone like a Red Guard with resist poison 75% can go well there, or Dark Elf for resist fire 75%. You get one of those. The Wood Elf buff is mostly actually just a buff to Marksman, 15 points of Marksman, and bows in the early game are really, really, really strong. And so the way that I'm supposed to play Wood Elf would be to, if I was to take Wood Elf again, like we did with the Mystic Swordsman role, I think actually playing a fairy archer or something might be a little bit more feasible. It's definitely something I've been thinking about, where like my characters that have died, have died in really unique ways. Sorry, my characters that have survived the early game have died in really unique ways at the top levels, and solving those problems doesn't solve my problem of getting to those upper levels. And all my other characters that have died, you know, my priests and my executioners and my mystic swordsmen and my early other rogues and mages and things like that, they have all died in the early game. So we really need to focus in on what's happening there. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set myself a requirement of really like 100 HP and maybe 25 armor before I go into combat against like smugglers and things like that. Because, you know, someone in heavy armor and a war axe or a war hammer or a bastard sword, I feel like I really need 100 HP and 25 armor to start doing that. I also think I need the armor to be relatively smooth across the relatively uniform across the body, because what happens, I think, what happens sometimes is it seems like the armor, the attack rolls land on armor that's weaker on the body. So, you know, having your head uncovered, you'll cop the attack to your head or something like that. And even though your overall armor class is quite good, the point on the body where you take the hit, because it is random, 30% to the cuirass and 10% to every other slot, the other random point on the body can be absolutely it negates the effectiveness of your entire kit, and you just take all that damage. Imperials have Star of the West and Voice of the Emperor. They also have a Longblade, Mercantile, and Speechcraft buff. And also a hand-to-hand buff as well, actually, which is an interesting little thing. But the Mercantile and Speechcraft and their high personality is definitely the thing to consider there. Let's click on Nord again and actually consider this. So Nord start with 50 strength. Let's compare it maybe to a Breton. So they start with 10 more strength. They start with 20 less intelligence. So it looks like, the Bretons start with intelligence and willpower buff. The Nords start with only 40 willpower and 30 agility. So that's a comparison to the 55 agility on Khajiit. It looks like 30, 35 agility. Yeah, that's kind of typical. The Red Guards have a better agility. Wood Elves and Khajiits have the highest agility by the looks of it. Yeah. And so buffing our agility and the willpower will be the thing to do there, but we start with a high endurance and a high strength. So this will be 50 starting HP before anything else, which is quite a lot. You know, some of my characters start with 30 HP, like a Breton their strength, 40, endurance 30, that's 35 starting HP. 35 starting HP, 35, 30 and 40, 35. 40 starting HP. What's an orc start with? 45 and 50. Okay, that's 95 divide 2. So 40, 47 starting HP. 50 and 50. Okay, so a Nord and a Red Guard both start with 50 starting HP. Yeah, here we go. It's the Wood Elf that starts with 30 HP, which is nothing, man. It's nothing. You can't even take like... Yeah, you can't even take like 2 hits from a Ancestral Ghost. Okay, so we're going to pick a Nord. Let's go... Now, male versus female, 50 willpower. Okay, so we're switching between willpower and endurance. Unfortunately, that will cost us 5 max HP to do that. It's fine. I think we'll stay on the male class. And let's choose a fellow who is an executioner for the underground organized crime, who spent a long time in jail and who has let all of his skills wane. Now, it's important that this be a hardened fellow, but also a respectable one, because our executioner build is also a very high charisma build. And so the idea here is that we're going to be summoning a conjured axe out of thin air, and we're going to be using it to cut down our enemies and mysticism out all in one go. The important thing for this, though, is that we do have the capacity to wheel and deal and talk our way into places, presenting ourselves as a trader, presenting ourselves as a businessman, presenting ourselves as a concerned party or an interest, or an envoy, or somebody of note. This is nice. This is a good look, I think. Let me see. Are there any faces that have a better beard in combination with that? It's maybe slightly too grizzled. Although it's a good look. Oh. Yeah, these poor Nords, they're copping swords to the face, man. All of them have glass eyes. What's going on there? They're fighting bears and shit. We're looping back around now. I think I've got the hair locked in. Let's choose a face that goes well with it. I do think this one is good. This is a really great face for the job. And this one's not bad. This one I like. This one has the most, I think it makes the most sense as a whole character. I just don't like the glass eye. Tell you what. This is totally fine. We can work it in. Maybe this is how he was captured. Maybe he took maybe he failed the job. And he was cleaved away out, lost his eye, and was arrested on the scene. And his target escaped. Medium armor, blunt weapon, axe buffed up, heavy armor, long blade, and spear buffed up as well. So all combat all the time.
I'm sure you'll fit right in.
I'm sure we will. Hopefully we will fit in today. Now, I was thinking we might try and discover the Morag Tong a little bit more naturally this time.
You'll have to be recorded before you're officially released. There are a few ways we can
Last time I
and
played this class,
the choice is yours.
Last time I played this class, we kind of went out of our way to find the Morag Tong relatively quickly, which involved, asking around Vivek. Although I realized I didn't actually have many character motivations to be wandering around Vivek chatting with people. so here's how it's going to look. It's going to look at axe. It's going to look at conjuration. And then it's going to look at mysticism, speechcraft, and mercantile. So it's a bit of an odd spread of abilities, but what this is a person who is happy to wheel and deal and walk and talk and get into places in that way. They're going to conjure up their weapons out of nowhere, and they're going to, while their hands are in the air, while they're conjuring the axe in the air, they're swinging that baby down already, and then they're going to teleport out. Get in cleanly, get out cleanly, be forgettable. In terms of our substats, we're going to be looking at heavy armor, and we're going to be looking at unarmored, I think, as well as a nice way to supplement that. We're not always going to be able to move through places without heavy armor. Sometimes you're going to be going to parties. I suppose we could supplement that with conjure bound gear, though. Maybe unarmored's unnecessary. Let me think about it. Security. Naturally, we're going to need security because we're keen to infiltrate places, people, and things. And then athletics. You kind of need athletics if you're going to be wearing heavy armor. It's just kind of from a roleplay perspective as well. There's really no way anybody could ever function with heavy armor if they weren't well conditioned. And then acrobatics as well. Similar thing. I think in the flavor of the game and understanding like athletics and acrobatics as skills. Athletics is compared to real life very much the idea of strongman conditioning. So think of your sled pushers, think of your farmers carries and things like that. And acrobatics is very much your strongman power output. So think of your cleans, think of your power cleans and your jerks, and also think of your generalized leg training. So if athletics is your overall condition, acrobatics is your leg and your back training, and that's why it's governed by strength as well, right? Although it's the acrobatic skill enables one to jump long distances and to avoid damage when falling from great heights. Nimble acrobats can reach others areas cannot get to and can direct their path while falling. That's a really great way of saying this person does leg day, which is going to be strictly necessary for a heavy armor build. Unarmored is, I suppose, the slot that we're thinking about there. Conjuration and mysticism, speechcraft and mercantile. Do we want to switch in something else? We can switch in acrobatics. Oh, we've already got acrobatics, sorry. We can switch in short blade for another assassin tool. At the end of the day, we are an assassin, although a specialized assassin with a bit of flavor. We could weave in armorer maybe, or block. Maybe sometimes against some opponents we'll have to go in with bound one-handed. Oh, can you bind a one-handed axe? I'm not sure if you can. I suppose I could mix heavy and medium armor. Maybe restoration. Maybe restoration is the kicker. Actually, and not unarmored, because very much the idea would be in a lot of combat situations where we are unarmored, we would be going up against other unarmored people. That said, though, there is definitely an expectation in the society of Vardenfell and in the society of Nirn in general that people are armored all the time. It's really only commoners who don't have access to that kind of protection. So I think maybe restoration is actually the more sensible, pragmatic approach there. It seems kind of unfeasible that somebody working for essentially the mob wouldn't have some, especially when they have the capacity to use magic and the capacity to learn these things, they wouldn't also learn to take care of themselves. Favorite attributes: strength and personality. Strength and personality. That feels like a good combination for this kind of class. This is a very, very. Unfortunately, it seems like we're backdooring our way into the envoy build with a, which I suppose is kind of what's the word for that? Inevitable when you're trying to build a class that can do all the things you need it to do in Morrowind and then fill in the flavor. Unfortunately, they all kind of converge. Similar is this actually? This isn't the same. It's not the same. It's similar, but it's not the same. And do we want to take a combat specialization? Block, medium armor, blunt axe, athletics, heavy armor, armorer. Okay, so we're going to improve 4 of those abilities. Magic, conjuration, restoration, mysticism. We can take 3 of those. Or stealth, so that's the other 3, so 4, 3, 3. Security, acrobatics, mercantile, speechcraft. It does seem like the stealth specialization levels the things that are hardest to level in the early game, except for acrobatics. Acrobatics is, of course, fairly straightforward to level. Do I want to start with higher axe and heavy armor or higher speechcraft and mercantile? I think we can start with higher speechcraft and mercantile. At the end of the day, this person's not going to be barging into places. This isn't, the Punisher. This isn't John Wick. This is somebody who will talk their way in. They're there for a job. They're there for a job.
Very good. The letter that preceded, you mentioned you were born under a certain sign. And what would that be?
Now, I'm thinking here, being born under the sign of the lady might be the way to go for the fire personality and endurance. Being born under the sign of the lover is also a very sensible pick. Or being born under the under the tower. I think the tower also has some decent role play options here as well. Detect door, detect trap, detect key, 150 feet for 30 seconds. That's actually really, really very good. It's also a very cheap spell. So the Beggar's Nose is kind of a spell. If you were to try and make this, if you were trying to spell make this, it would be very, very, very expensive. 100 points for door, trap, and key for 30 seconds. And you might say, okay, well, how good are those kinds of abilities? Detect trap and detect key are quite good. Or at least I say they're quite good. I do play with a mod that hides locks and traps from you, unless you have a high enough security level to identify them yourself with your security expertise. The Atronach, of course, 50 points of spell absorption is absurd. And the lady's abilities fortify personality and endurance. You can do that in other ways. You can do that with levels as well. Tell you what, moving around the world and avoiding traps and avoiding deaths, I'm going to take the tower. Open 50 points on touch is also a really, really great thing for the early game. It just helps you get over a lot of humps. And so you're not backtracking all the time. It actually lets you complete tasks.
Interesting. Now, before I stamp these papers, make sure this information is correct.
Here we are. Let's update our name. Let me generate a Nordic name. I realize last time I'm actually terrible at knowing anything about well, A, Scandinavian culture, but I suppose B as well, whether or not the Scandinavian culture actually translates into to Nords in the Elder Scrolls. I think it very much does. It seems very like fantastical. Nord name generator. We'll get a bit of a vibe for it. Elder Scrolls. Yeah, let's get a bit of a vibe for it. Let's see some Nord names. Nudal Winterverst, Fridar Dragon Champion, Haroth Freeveins, Godraka the Braggart, Rolgel Haraldson, yeah. Yeah, these very much are like the tropes of Vikings. Elric the Haggard, Lasky the Unmentioned. So lots of thus, lots of portmanteau names. Hairy Anvil, Night Mage, Sable Tamer. Lots of Ys, lots of Vs, lots of double Rs. Lots of DJVs. Eldivald, Jorgaldison. Yeah. Let's find a name that I can pronounce. With L's, and I have a hard time with W's. Jerimar? Jerimaj? Is that how you pronounce that? Jerimaj? Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Ramaj? And then surname as well. Raynail, Boghead, Loot Daggers. It seems like we can just choose a name that actually suits our character, and their day-to-day life. It seems like they're very descriptive names. Yermaj. Now, what are we going to be doing here? The Traveller, the Merchant, I suppose, do we want to play coy with our abilities as an executioner? In Cyrodiil and in Skyrim, we're going to be well known, especially in Cyrodiil. And maybe it's been years and years and years. Maybe we failed our job as a young man, and we've been in prison for 30 years, and we're being transferred out, and You know, although the day-to-day person doesn't remember us anymore, the you know, the crimes that we've committed over the years, and in our younger years especially, people would never forgive. That's why it needs an imperial pardon from the emperor. What did they call us in prison? Maybe are we going to try and reinvent ourselves after that? No. Well, I suppose they put it's the Imperials that put your name on the documentation. It's entirely likely as well, though, that a character like ours, when we are being transferred out of prison with our imperial pardon, it's hidden that we're being pardoned. We're, you know, as far as anyone knows, we're simply being transferred out. And when we're being transferred into Morrowind, into Vardenfell, they don't know who we are. So it's very likely that our name is forged. It's very likely our name is forged. And so we might be choosing a name that's fairly generic and forgettable. I suppose it suits our character as well, that our name would be fairly generic and forgettable, so it wouldn't be too descriptive. Maybe a common, but not, when, you know, not John Smith, you know, not, you know, Park Bong or something like that, but maybe a name that's in like the 10 percentage points of like commonality, you know, like a Stevens, something like that. In the Anglosphere, Stevens, Longfoot, Stonearm, Fiensen, Alfearson, Jurgensen. So a lot of the Nordic names are going to be, yeah, reference to family names, and family names that involve, you know, being the son of someone, or daughter, you know, daughter of someone, D-O-T-T-O-R, or E-R, O-R, I think, daughter. And so that will relate us to a family name. That said, some of these family names are surely going to be fairly common. You know, there was a time in Japan where everybody basically was a Kashiwagi. Also, actual Scandinavia in real life, they one of the reasons they have so many similar surnames is that they didn't use surnames until the I believe it was I want to say it was the Nordic administrative, sorry, the Swedish administrative government was implementing named identification of people. It didn't actually help though, because so many people just named themselves after their fathers. And everyone ended up with the same name. And so, yeah, so they had to kind of go back to basics with that one. Mianison, Nixon, Alfinson. Well, let's look. What's a nice common name? Logierson. Logierson sounds maybe slightly too uncommon. Jurgensen. This is a fake name. This is a pseudonym, and it's been given to us by the Imperials, who do intend for us to be unknown. Yeah. Here we go. Yep. You know what? You know what's a very, very common name in Skyrim? Ulfric. Jerimar Ulfricsson. I'm hoping this sounds kind of like, you know, Stephen Murphy. When you hear Stephen Murphy, you don't think John Smith. You don't think, you know, Peter Peterson. So it sounds like a real person, but they sound just common enough that they're one of the crowd, but just uncommon enough that you don't question that they're made up. Jerimar Ulfricsson, the Nordic executioner, born under the sign of a tower, starting with 55 starting HP. That is disgusting. We could bump it up a little bit higher if we took strength and endurance as our favorite attributes, but unfortunately, I don't really think that's very AP. Not too much magicka, a good amount of fatigue to start. And as we bring up our willpower and agility, which will be our two stats which we want to bring up fairly quickly for just reducing our overall chance to die in a lot of circumstances. Willpower and agility just stop you dying randomly in the world, similar to luck. You know, a point of luck is kind of the same as a point of agility or a point of willpower. Obviously, agility and willpower are better for their individual things, but luck is only half as good as either of these at their individual things, but it works over both, it works over the rest. So I would like to, personally, honestly, if I could start all my characters with a preference to luck, I probably would. I suppose being released on the Emperor's Pardon does mean that you are probably fairly lucky to begin with. Maybe we can justify that in RP. Do I want to weave it in? We would choose luck over personality. What's our starting personality? 40. 40. 30 personality is really rough. I suppose we are a Northern Vardenfell, which they hate. And we're also a released criminal, which they hate. And we're also like an older man, which the Mer tends to dislike especially. I suppose they just hate all Mer, let's be honest. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's switch personality for luck. And oh, I'm going the wrong direction. Oh no, what do they call it? What do they call it? God damn it. Will it save my name? I need to type in the name. Jerimar Ulfricsson. I think that's what I called myself, Jerimar Ulfricsson. The Nordic Executioner. Yeah, we will start with the extra points of luck. And that will make up for our low willpower and our low agility, just by spreading out a little bit of stat across both of those. It'll also make up for some a relatively low conjuration score of 30, just by adding an extra percentage point chance to cast all of our spells. So 10 points of luck is an extra percentage point on everything. So yeah, we're a pretty wide and diverse character, and also, you know, we released a pardon kind of out of the blue, directly from the Emperor. We're a pretty lucky guy. Let me just double check all of this. Hopefully it's worth taking the time here, because this character's not going to die. This is going to be a 10 episode series. 100-hour character, if not more. We're going to complete the base game with this. We're going to complete the Tribunal. We're going to complete Solstheim. And then we're going to take this character into Tamriel Reborn. There we go. Alright, love it. Beautiful. Restoration 15, Athletics 15, Security 20, Heavy Armor 20, Acrobatics 20. I would like to see a higher Heavy Armor stat there, but I need Speechcraft and Mercantile to be high. Okay. Beautiful. I now have a stats menu. Oh no, am I crashing? After all that? Oh my fucking god. I was just thinking, it's a shame I can't save here, because if I crash right now, I'm going to be so tilted. And then it happened. I cursed myself. It's okay. That was all decisions and discussion. We'll just go again. I know exactly what we're making. Oh, loading Tamriel data.esm. So I do have Tamriel data backed into the mod kit, in case I do ever want to add Tamriel Reborn. And I think that maybe is a little bit too aggressive in preparations, but let me just check that there's no load to go. No, they didn't autosave or anything like that. All right. Tell you what though, we won't futz around or decision make with this one. We know the character's name. We know the we know the build. We know the stats. We're just gonna get straight into it. Her name is Jerimar Ulfricsson. Well,
not even last night's storm could wake you. I heard them say we reached Morrowind. I'm sure they'll let us go.
I just want to play and spell. Night. I Oh, night hyphen I underscore perm. So this is 10 points of night eye. It just really, is that right? No, I spelled spell incorrectly. That's what happened there. Add spiel. That's what I do. I add the spiel. You add the spell, I add the spiel. It just adds 10 natural points of night eye. I'm not even sure if it works if I add it here. Maybe I'll just crash having a spell before we meant to.
Come with me.
Can I get it again? No, we missed it. I got clipped on a door frame. We can definitely get it here though. This one's a freebie to overtake him here. Here we are, half an hour in, and we're just walking off the boat. Oh no.
You finally arrived, but our records don't show from where.
Our records don't show from where. That is so concerning, don't you think? Like, imagine if the records didn't show from where for anyone else. And it wasn't the Emperor's request. It's this one? No, it's not this one. Oh, that's good. It's this one. And let's grab our ornamental red hair. There we go. This is our man.
Great. I'm sure you'll fit right in. Follow me up to the office and they'll finish your release.
Thank you kindly. Here we go. It's
Yes,
Secosius.
we've been expecting you. You'll have to be recorded before
Morrowind
you're
is a
officially
roguelike.
released.
Morrowind is a
There are
roguelike,
few
in case
ways you
anyone's
can use this,
confused
and the choice is yours.
about why it goes this way. Here we go. Executioner. Specialization in stealth. Favorite attributes are strength and luck. Major skills: axe, conjuration. Damn it, I've forgotten. Axe, conjuration, mysticism. Speechcraft, mercantile. Minor attributes are heavy armor, athletics, acrobatics, security, and restoration. There we go. Is that correct? Axe, conjuration, mysticism, speechcraft, mercantile, heavy armor, athletics, acrobatics, security, restoration. It looks correct, yeah.
Very good. The letter that preceded you mentioned you were born under a certain sign. And what would that
be? We are born under the sign of the tower. I wonder if I crashed because I picked the tower. I don't think I've ever picked the tower.
Before I stamp these papers, make sure this information is correct.
Let me just read all this again. Jerimar Ulfricsson, the Nord Executioner. A man with a gangland history, spent most of his life in jail after failing an assassination attempt. But he remembers the old ways. He's been released to Vardenfell under a pseudonym, under a fake name provided by the Empire, under a pardon from the Emperor himself, and no one knows where he's from. And no one knows where he went back in Cyrodiil. This looks correct. Athletics 15, Restoration 15. Yep, Axe 40, Conjuration 30, Mysticism 30. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we're starting with Woad, Thunder Fist, Bound Dagger, Summon Ancestral Ghost, Detect Creature, and Beggar's Nose. So you can really tell the difference here between Beggar's Nose and Detect Creature. Detect Creature is animals and humanoids, 100 feet for 10 seconds. Beggar's Nose is 150 points for 30 seconds, so you can just basically run it all the time. It's also, I believe, free to cast, which is absurd. Starting with 55 max HP, most of it from strength. Although we do have 50 endurance, so yeah, love it. Don't crash, don't crash. Beautiful. For release by Emperor Uriel Septim's 7th decree to the district of Vardenfell in the province of Morrowind, Jerimar Ulfricsson. I suppose maybe Executioner being on our identity papers maybe isn't the way to go. Excuse me. Now we're going to basically ignore any of this thievery business because we are not going to be we're not going to be taking any kind of liberties with the Census and Excise office here. It's not within our purview as like a person released from prison. We're not going back. We're not going back at all. So we're going to keep on the good side of the Imperials, and one of the things to consider with this character's RP is that we're basically going to consider ourselves under the thumb of the Imperials as members of the Blades. It kind of leaves some wiggle room. You can kind of interpret your directions to Caius Casades. They don't seem to know where Caius Casades is, and Caius Casades doesn't expect you, and Caius Casades can't report that you arrive there because his, the Blades is the CIA, right? So we can always take the approach of, we want nothing to do with the Empire. We're going to reforge our identity and ignore all that, and we're going to throw our package to Caius Casades in the pit, right? That's entirely doable. You can leave a package to Caius Casades in the bottom of in the fire pit of an ancestral tomb. You can throw it in the fireplace. It won't burn. The game can't actually do that kind of physics, but from a flavor perspective, you can just completely ignore the main quest. That's what Halavina was keen on doing, right? Yeah, there is a backdoor way to kill Dagothr, if you get your HP high enough, or if you solve the disappearance of the dwarves actually. But this character here, they've spent their life in either the mob, amongst organized crime, following directions, and then in jail, following directions, and they're going to be continuing to follow that pattern of behavior. They are under the thumb of a higher power. That higher power in this circumstance is the Blades, and they'll be following those directions. So we do pick up a hero rumor as well. I think this is maybe a little bit aggressive on the mod. That Salus Gravius gives us a rumor here. We would otherwise receive this from any kind of person who had a sufficient intelligence level. So Salus Gravius, I suppose, is an intelligent character. A wanderer recently spoke of some foreign type of magic. He spoke of a spell that could morph even the most valuable items into gold. What that is, it's a high alchemy spell that I've modded in. Let me save here. Bang. Done. Now if we crash again, we can come straight back. Thargoth, have your ring, buddy. Are you the one that the boat dropped off? Odd to see a boat arrive at this time of day. I hope the Imperials treated you okay. I swear they took my ring. Your ring, Thargoth? I swear one of the guards has it. I had it last week before their weekly Let's Shake Down Thargoth ritual. An engraved healing ring, a family heirloom of mine. You haven't seen it, have you? Yes, I have here. Take it. You found it. Amazing. Thank you, thank you. You are now my favourite friend. I'll be sure to tell the others, especially my friend Ariel, who runs the trade house here. Thank you, Thargoth. I've heard rumours that the local tax collector, Processius Vitellius, is missing. Yeah, so Satan has a really wide array of quests, and we probably will do them. I'd like to be, as I kind of said earlier, about 100 HP, and maybe 20 armour before we really leave Satan and think about leaving Satan. We can talk about the services here as well. Ariel's Trade House. That's where you'll find anyone who offers training. Not much else by way of services in this dank little swamp. Thank you for finding my ring. These guards better look out. So a shakedown on Thargoth is common here. We'll head to Ariel's Trade House. Howdy doody. We've just got off the boat. Vidunius Nucius, how are you? I'd be happy to give you a little advice. Are you new here? Take the Silt Strider to Vivek Balmora, fast and easy and cheap. And tell her Vidonius Nucius sent you. Thank you, Vidonius. I will. Daedra. So we hear about Daedra here, so we'll recognise those shrines as Daedric. Now, our character's not from Vardenfell. Our character is from, from Cyrodiil. And as I'm sure anyone who's played both Oblivion and Morrowind knows, these are really, really, really different places. So even amongst, people of Nirn, Morrowind is a very alien, weird place. It's something in the, I suppose, the cosmology of Nirn and the Elder Scrolls, that each of these areas of the world are centered around what's called a tower. And a tower is kind of a way that the people of Nirn replicate as best they can the act of creation. And they replicate, these key facets of the mythos of creation to rebuild the tower in the image of the original tower, which is where the aedra and the daedra, the gods, convened to prosecute, I suppose more specifically prosecute Lorcan. And the Tower of Vardenfell is the Red Mountain. So this mountain red here, this is a, or what we would call a tower on Nirn, and it emanates its own kind of impact on creation. Maybe the way to think about it is similar to like a gravity well. If you ever see those like relativistic kind of images where a gravity well, there's something that's bending the fabric of reality around it with its sheer mass. The towers are a kind of mythological mass, and they bend the area, the scape around them into being in their image. And, well, that's what the Tower of the Red Mountain is. And so this is why it's so important that Dagothr is taken over and controls Red Mountain. Because in controlling Red Mountain and, what's the word for that? Molding the culture and the projection of Red Mountain as blight and of Corpus and of slavery and of madness and of dreams, he is very much shaping the entirety of Vardenfell around those ideas. And that's one of the ways in which you can say, well, okay, well, how does Dagothr make blight storms? Well, he corrupts the tower. He corrupts the tower in the heart of Lorcan and Red Mountain, and he makes blight storms happen as a consequence of that. The tower does the projection. The Red Mountain projects anything that goes on in Red Mountain is projected to the rest of Vardenfell, just like anything that happens in the White Gold Tower is projected to the rest of Cyrodiil. Just like anything that happens in, you know, the Green Pact is projected to all of the Bosma. Welcome to a Real's Trade House. I'm a real publican and proprietor. Don't take what doesn't belong to you. You're a new face here. don't rob me, buddy. It just says that straight up and said, don't know you, stranger. Don't rob me. If you want to buy from me, you have to barter. If you want a little advice, free the new customers, just ask. Would you like to hear about our popular potions and popular scrolls? If you want to live to a ripe old age, buy a weapon as much armor as you can wear and still run from trouble. Practice your skills. Well, we're going to collect some popular scrolls here as well, and we're going to talk about Hriskar being upstairs. So we're going to head upstairs and chat with some people as well. What we're going to do is we're going to buy. Unfortunately, we don't have our conjure acts for this early part of the game, and I suppose maybe one of the things to consider is my character needs to know conjure acts as a starting skill. Maybe they need retraining in it. Maybe they're keen to go relearn the old skills. For now, let's just get an axe in their hand. An iron war axe is nice and cheap. What else do we have to choose from? Yeah, an iron war axe is nice and cheap. Let's get an axe in their hand, and let's get something over their chest. An iron cuirass. Steel is nice as well. An iron helm. Steel is very nice, although we don't have much money to work with right now. This is 70. This is almost all of our value. And we also need some scrolls. We need a scroll or two of civic intervention. We'll grab one scroll for now. That's a cost of 80. Yeah. Well, let's see if we can get him down to 73. What do you reckon, Dariel? Okay, beautiful. 35 points of mercantile coming in clutch there. So Beggar's Nose, you'll see it has a cost of 10 and a 100% chance to land. So that's what we'll use. And detect a creature as well. We've also got Woad, Thunderfist, and Tower Shield, so we can get a little bit done. Let's have a chat around though. We are a high speedcraft, high personality character. We're going to be going around talking to a lot of people. My cousin claims he saw a city in the water near Narmok. He's a drunkard though and spends too much time in the sun. I believe that is the shrine to Boethia. Where to start? Probably in Balmorra. That's the House Halalu district seat. They've got a Fighters Guild and a Mages Guild there and a Legion Fort, although I don't know if they're recruiting. They have all the services you need. Beautiful. Now we can definitely do some work for House Halalu, and I think our character's definitely going to be looking to join the Morag Tong as well. House Halalu is probably going to appear to us a little bit earlier in the game. I do have the Aphex quest pack installed. So Aphex is a quest pack created by Douglas Goodall, one of the creators of the game. Although it's not an official plugin released by Bethesda, it's a mod pack just released personally by Douglas Goodall. So whether or not it's you know, quote unquote vanilla, I suppose, is as much as a debate about whether the game is released you know, whether the game is the game as it's released, or whether the game is the vision of the designers, which designers to value. But I quite like it. It's going to introduce a lot of breadcrumbs for us and a lot of low-level quests here that keep us really heavily engaged and make Save-scumming a lot more fleshed out. And so we will be doing these kind of things. Recover some gold. See, I had a bad run of luck playing 9 holes and I lost a bit of money. Normally I'd be fine. We can usually keep some gold in our pockets just from the money the locals pay us for protection. I mean, this is a really nice admission there. So Fargoth is talking about corruption in the local Imperials, and Hriscar is willing to admit it. I know some of them are holding out on me though, especially that little fetch of Fargoth. He's come up light the past couple of weeks. I've shaken him down. He's stashing it somewhere. I'd like you to find Fargoth's hiding place. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. A crime against Fargoth is a crime against the citizen. Is a crime we can commit. I'm unsure whether or not we're going to be going against any Imperials. Sorry, just drinking my coffee. I'm unsure if we're going to be going against any crimes against the Imperials themselves as not Imperials as a race, but Imperials as a governance. Raflod the Braggart. I've overheard you talking to Hriscar. Are you interested in jobs like that? Not afraid of getting caught, are you? I need someone who can open a lock without being seen and fetch a book for me. Are you in? There's a logbook in the Census and Excise warehouse here in Save-scumming. There's at least 2 copies of it. One is always kept upstairs, and that one will be hard to steal. But there should be one near the storage area. Bring it back to me, and I'll make it worth your time. Oh, that's interesting. So we immediately get asked to go steal something from the Imperials. Okay, Raflod, I'll have to consider that. Maybe we'll consider it. We are going to be, I suppose, a physical and stealth blend, and we're going to use our magical support there for mysticism, mostly for thinking with portals and also for seeing the world and conjuration, just to create physical gear. But yeah, we'll chat with Alone here. I don't want to kind of go through all of Alone's kind of dialogue here, but suffice to say, she's giving us advice here on the geographies of Vardenfell, so we're kind of learning about where the hell we are. This going through these kind of dialogues with her just gives us a character basis to understand when people refer to the Pathamake Ocean or people refer to the coast, what the hell that is. And also just recognize the difference between Vardenfell and Morrowind in its totality. So, we talk a lot here about the Sea of Ghosts and about Pathamake Ocean. I'll just show you what that looks like on the map. It looks like filling in a lot of these areas around the Bitter Coast region and around the Balmora and Vivek, these key locations, Pelagiad as well. But also, we know if somebody refers to the Inner Sea, they're referring to the Southern Cape here. We know if someone refers to Azura's Coast, they're referring to over here. We know if someone refers to Shea Gorad or the Ghost of Seas, they're referring to up here. And we also know if someone refers to Solstheim, they're referring to over here. So that's great for us. Albesius Colloquius, the latest rumours. Did you hear that some fool lost the Mentor's ring? Sorry to be cheesy once again, but I love picking up that little rumour because now we know that the Mentor's ring is out there and we've got a character basis to go dungeon dive. We're also hearing talk is cheap, ask any questions. It's kind of the Imperial Tax Collector is really starting to get everyone's nerves. Haven't seen the local one in a while though, so we've received 2 breadcrumbs there that the local tax collector may very well be gone. Gone and missing, and that's fine for us. We just have our axe at the moment, and so we're probably going to go chat with some people about some other little fetch quests around. We do have a breadcrumb from Vidonius Nucius here to go speak to the Silt Strider. And an extrovert that we are with high speechcraft, we're going to chat to people and ask for advice. I haven't seen your Nordic face before. Would you like a little advice? You look like you take care of yourself. Why don't you do something about those smugglers in the Adamasatus cave? It's right over there near the Siltstrider port. Yeah, these guards, look at them, just strutting around. Someone must have paid them to ignore the smuggling going on over here. Well, that's interesting. That might be appealing to us as a character. Maybe one of our character motivations for walking into smugglers' dens is to see if we can make connections. We'll see as we go, but I think there probably is a small sense of urgency that we go to report to the Blades.
Where would you like to go?
Dorvain. And so let's talk to the Silt Strider here. We're going to need to see how expensive a ticket will be. We're very much out of shape. We're very much out of practice. We've been in prison for a very long time. Reaching the island and immediately going for a cross-country trip is not going to be a good idea for us. And maybe, so we'll just recognize our characters. We'll take it that our character recognizes their own strength to some degree, having been in combat before. And that's going to be my rationalization for why my character has the same values as me in terms of in terms of expecting their maximum health and things like that to be necessary. We're talking about most landless stick close to the Imperial Guilds and the Legions. You might consider service one of the Dunmer Great Houses. They aren't real fond of Outlanders, but if you have a look around hard for a patron, someone who will speak for you, help you advance in the higher ranks, but the Guild Houses are where the real opportunities are. House Lalo and House Redoran are pretty reasonable. House Telvanni, the Wizard House, they're another story. The Dunmer, these dark-skinned, red-eyed people, elven people of Morrowind. They call ourselves the Dunmer. If you're thinking of travelling up country near Shagora, they're at Mulligan Melway, or inside the Ghost Fence, basically anywhere that's outside the bit of coast. You need to know about Corpus, yeah. Yeah, the Grayslands aren't too bad. So the bit of coast and the Grayslands, definitely where those are. The Grayslands is a very high level area though, and you can also run into Golden Saints out there. I'm a caravan. I can transport you by Silt Strider to your destinations for a modest fee. Well, Vidonius Nuccius sent us. He steers business my way, and I do a little favour for him now and then. Poor fellow, I don't think is very happy here on Vardenfell. So we do have a little breadcrumb here that asks for Vidonius, are you okay? They'll give us, we can buy an enchanted ring from him. It's, I suppose, more of a little favour than anything else. But yeah, she does need some Silt Strider supplies. I could use a little scrib jelly to settle his stomach, or what's left of it, and a piece of Quama cuddle to make it into paste for an injured knee. Scribs and Quama forages all over the bit of coast. It shouldn't be too hard to find. Well, there you go. We might go look for that. That's a nice little breadcrumb for us to go out into the onto the coast and do a little bit of slaying. And we would like to start off light, I think. Let's just ask around town as well. So we've got a couple of things to do already. We've got the cave, we've got the Mentor's Ring, we've got Vidonius Nuccius here. Maybe we'll chat with him. Oh, thanks for hooking us up there, mates. You're not happy there? In fact, no, I'm not. If I had 100 drakes, I'll be the next boat to Narcissus. I came here to make my fortune, all because of this cursed ring. I don't have 100 drakes. I understand I'm broke too. If you ever come into some gold, think of me. Well, yeah, we could maybe do a favour for Donius Nuccius. You know, for showing us respect coming off the boat. How are you in Drell Rathion? Welcome to Save Me Strangers. Is there some specific place you're looking for? There's not much here. There's a Real's Trade House and the Census and Excise offices. We also have a request to go break into the Census and Excise office, which I'm kind of umming and ahhing about. We might think about that after we do some tombs. Get a little bit more confident with our trapping spell. I'm Teleri Helvey, and this is Savanine, the swamp fever capital of the world. I suppose you're wondering what's going on here. I can tell you where the services are. There's not many around. Yeah, another breadcrumb for the Imperial Tax Collector. There you go. Now, I believe this fella over here... This is great. This fella over here is going to give us a quest for mud crabs, but it's going to talk about fishing a lot. It's a fine day for fishing. It's too bad I'm almost out of bait. Stay. Would you do an old Mur a favour and bring me some crab meat? 6 portions should be enough. Yeah, mate, I'll get you some crab meat. There's plenty of crabs along the coast to the west. I'll need about 6 handfuls of bait. I used to love hunting mud crabs when I was a boy. Hit them and walk away a little faster. It's a bit cruel now that they run faster than I do. Yes, indeed. It pays to take it slow when you first come to Morrowind. When you talk to folks, keep an eye on their dispositions. They let you know if they don't like you, and it's smart to get on the fly's good side before you ask a favour. True indeed. You're an outlander. Maybe you don't know the kinds of daedric ruins we have here in Morrowind. So they're talking about the bad daedra. Before the temple put a stop to it, people used to worship more like Baal, Malakath, Shagorad, and Merun Stagon at the daedric shrines. But lately, since the Empire came in, some people have taken up worshipping the bad daedra at these old sites. I think our character will be partial to Malakath. I think spending a long time in jails might have exposed them to a little bit of a little bit of culture. What one might not expect of a Nord. But Malakath is the Daedric Prince of Pariahs and of Order. And I think it's probably not too unfeasible that even if we're not an active Malakath worshipper, we might be partial to the worshippers of Malakath. Here we go. So there's one little piece of crab. That was a nice easy kill. Unarmored up to level 6. Unfortunately, we are going to be unarmored. Our first bit of money that we find here, we are going to spend it on some heavy armor. There's a crab over there. We'll grab this crab. And look, our first little bit of the adventure here is definitely going to be wandering around the coast, getting some early levels, getting some early money for, say, the Neem quests. I think it's important in every playthrough to kind of take these kind of RP victories. There's another crab over there. I'll go grab that one. And we'll kind of take a lap here that arrives us at the at the tax collector's body. We can go from there. Now they're going to give us an execution, an executioner's writ. Effectively, they're going to ask us to find a killer and take them out, which is a very, very, very gangland kind of request, right? Like, if we're real, Socius Ogala is going to ask us to sort out a problem. And look, any time this character gets asked to do a task, and it sounds like the Godfather could be asking that task, like, just put it in the Godfather's voice. If that was the task, would he say it in those words? You know, yes, we'll probably be doing it. And maybe this is a good way as well to arrive at like a role play reason to follow orders. So we're going to be making decisions about who gives us orders, more or less, but we'll be following those orders, I think, fairly to the T. There's an ancestral tomb. We can't go in there yet. We don't want to go in there yet. We're certainly not dungeon diving. We are a sensible person that knows our limits. We can fight crabs. That doesn't have any meat on it. There must be a little famine. A crab with no meat. We have a little peninsula right here. There's a cliff racer. I'm not sure if we can take a cliff racer right now, unfortunately. Oh, we have a fair amount of HP. I don't think I want to do it with low fatigue though. So maybe we won't head out that way. Let's circle back around here. We should see a scrib and a quama. Yeah, beautiful. And we do see a body as well. And we got a couple of goes here to get some quama jelly and some scrib jelly. That Sky Dancer's not coming, is it? Yeah. Cliff Racer, not Sky Dancer. The unarmored and the hand-to-hand skills, they level so quickly, by the way. Hand-to-hand especially. So you get a certain amount of set experience each time you connect your hit. That was a resist magic with our fairly low willpower, which is great to see. But yeah, you get XP every time you connect on a hit, and so a light axe like this is actually better for leveling up your skills than a heavy one. And where we can, if we don't need the heavy axe, I think we are going to probably try and choose a light axe to train our skills in axe while we go. Now we do want to drop a scrib jelly here. This one's a toughie. Yeah, this one's got a bit more HP. Hopefully they're healthier and they have, yeah, there we go. Beautiful. So we can take that back to the Silt Strider lady. And here we are. We find the body of Processius Vitellius. Let's grab the tax record. And now maybe as a more general discussion, and hear me make the explanation, and then realize that it is justification. If we look at this tax record here, you will see that this tax record is asking for things like a reel, 450 drakes. A reel runs a trade house. Joran Theralas, 200 drakes. Elderfear, 130 drakes. Elderfear is a working woman. Right, she's just a middle-aged woman who is a commoner. She works service jobs. Eren Lenham, 78 drakes. Fargoth, 111 drakes. Fargoth is just a bloke. Verdonius Nucius. Verdonius Nucius is broke. He needs 100 gold to get off the island. He's paying 87 drakes of tax. Foreign Gilneth, 225 drakes. Foreign Gilneth is paying a lot more tax. I don't understand why, but he's paying almost half as much tax. He's paying exactly half as much tax as Auril is. Auril is a business owner and runs a trade house. Presumably, they have some kind of consumption tax, or presumably they have some kind of like land tax or business operations. Auril has a license to trade. Could be a liquor license fee or any number of things. Auril's tax is twice as much as Foreign Gilneth's, which is just ridiculous. And I think the way to interpret this is that Auril's tax is very, very, very low. Not that Foreign Gilneth's is very high. There are so many allusions in this game to so much money running through, to smuggling operations being very profitable, to House Lalo and the ebony trade being worth lots of money. But no one has any money. No one has any capital. The numbers don't add up. And that is why I have a mod that increases the amount of Barter gold by a factor of 10. Now, it's a little bit overzealous. Certainly, there are a lot of people out there in the world who don't need that much capital. But in general, a lot of traders and things like that have far too little money in the world to explain their business operations, to explain the tax that they pay. And when you do the House Lalo questline, it's very obvious. You know, you'll get paid 1,000 gold for securing one vendor with a guar hide buying, a guar hide buyer's deal, right? They'll be worth 1,000 GP for their future profits. Guar hides only trade for one, so how much guar hide is being traded through, right? That you or guar hides trade for 4 GP rather. How much guar hide is being traded through that's worth 1,000? You know, that's a 250 full price transactions. So, you know, for a small buyer's arrangement, if we look at like a buyer's arrangement being worth, you know, a couple of percentage points, even as a finder's fee or something like that, or, you know, percentage points of an annual sale for the finder's fee, they must be, you know, they must be handling 35,000 gold a year worth of guar hides. Well, that's, you know, what was that, 250 by 35, 25 by 35, 500, yeah, like something like 570,000 guars, 57, yeah. It's a huge amount of guars. Oh, 5,700, yeah, something like that, so quick math. 570 guar hides a year. And so, you know, there's just not that much money in the game to represent anyone actually handling that much. But hey, that's what the game is explaining to you. Have you noticed it's all proclamations about protecting the rights of property and preserving law and order? The Imperial Legion does little to capture and prosecute abolitionists. So this character will not be doing anything about slavery. This character will not be doing anything about abolitionists. Those are other character builds. I will have a character that goes through a Twin Lamps Imperial Cult playthrough, or a Twin Lamps Thieves Guild playthrough. Like Halavina. I really enjoyed Halavina's kind of line there. I would have liked to have continued that, and I think I should have made more of an effort to discover the Twin Lamps earlier. Because yeah, the thief into and hussy into skooma reform, into slavery reform, as a character motivation, I think is a very, very sensible one and a very good IP. But also the Imperial Cult into you know, hero questing, you know, kind of, you know, generic good guy adventurer is also a great RP as well, and the Twin Lamps will definitely be involved there as well. This character is not it. You found his body, huh? Well, it's up to you what to do with that information. This is the murder of Proceus Vitellius. I suppose that Secosius or Gala in the Centre's Excise office would be the one to tell, if that's your inclination. Since you brought me some bait, I've been fishing a bit. It's not the same since Galan went to Ashes 4 or 5 years ago. He was a big help when I quit working for House Lalu. Say, that reminds me of a story. Would you like to hear about the time Galan lost his fishing rod? Why not? Galan liked cave fish, and so he always going to Adamasartus or Aharon Artis of the caves under Ebonheart. That was before the Census Excise Office, of course, and before we had all these problems with smugglers. Back then, this was just a fishing village, only Dunmer here, except for the old stone fist, of course. It was quiet and peaceful. Where was I? Oh, right. Galen and his fishing rod. So one day Galen comes running into town. Just a few shacks back then, no trade house or census office. Anyway, he was soaking wet and screaming his head off about ghosts. He was just fishing, minding his business, when the ghost came out of the water in Aharanatus. Can you believe it? He was so scared he dropped his fishing rod. I bet it's still there in the cave somewhere. The fishing rod, that is, not the ghost. I never found it. I never saw the ghost either, of course. The cave is full of slavers now, otherwise I'd be looking for it. It was a fun cave to visit when I was a boy, but I wouldn't go there now. It's due west of here, past the lass's resting place. It's a long swim at my age. I used to swim out there once a week or so when Galen was still around, just to spite him. He wouldn't go back into the cave for as long as he lived. Now I visit his urn, maybe twice a year to say hello to his ghost. Kind of funny he used to be so scared of ghosts and now he's left one. Now, I'm not asking you to go get it, the fishing rod that is. That would be irresponsible. But if you're happy to find it, well, that's about it. Thanks for listening to an old man. Yeah, so they're telling us about some caves over here. Not on this island, but one over. I can't actually see. I can see it. But if you can just see here on the render, it's just this little pop. Just this teeny tiny little pop of brown there. So we will go do that. It is actually, I think, a fairly hard cave. There is a man with a bastard sword, and he does claim lives, if I recall correctly. Oh, so there's an orc with a two-handed axe, and he does indeed claim lives. Well, let's go speak to Secusius Ergala, and he'll give us a writ, effectively. In all but the correct terminology. Let's also have a rest here and just bandage ourselves up. Do I have a restoration spell? I do not. We are allowed to heal in here. Secusius, howdy mate. One of your tax collectors is dead. I would like to inform you about the murder of Processius Vitellius, and yeah. So as far as the Emperor, as far as the Empire is concerned, we are going to be playing it fairly nosy. At least when we're dealing with their face. Maybe behind their face, maybe not so much. But at least when dealing with their face, we're going to take them on the face of it. You did. How odd that he was murdered and not robbed. Your honesty is appreciative. I can tell you that. I won't forget this, Jerimar Ulfricsson. In fact, if you're looking for some money yourself, I'd like to see the murder of Processius punished. Killing an emperor's tax collector is punishable by death. Find his murderer, bring him to justice, and the census and excise office will pay you 500 septims. That's a hit job if I've ever seen one. It's a crime, punishable by death. I haven't seen The Godfather in a long time. Sorry. But, that's the way it's going to be. I feel like when we're walking through Salus Gravius's house here, we should just at least say hello to him. Yeah, we heard. Salus, mate, your office is in between. There is a gate here. However, this gate is locked. I suppose we could jump over this to get to the office without going through Salus Gravius's office. There's also here the census and excise warehouse. Now, this time of day, maybe we'll try and just pop our nose in. We have been asked to go fetch remember I should save. We have been asked to go and fetch a logbook in here, and it is kind of getting a little bit late, 8 PM. Maybe we could rest up an hour, and we'll just wait. And we'll equip our tower key here. Vargoth is over there. Yeah, look, we have the whole place to ourselves. Beautiful. There's a guard up there with his back turned. There's no one over here. Here it is, the warehouse shipping log. We'll take that. So when we're dealing with the Imperials face to face, we'll take them earnestly and we'll take them with face value. And when we're not dealing with them face to face, we'll commit a crime against them just like anyone else. Let's scoot around the long way here. Beautiful. Now there's a cave. We will take that cave in due course. There is a rogue and a wizard and a marksman in there. So they're not too scary, but the wizard is the scariest one. Yeah, some Silt Strata supplies. I've brought some Kwama Cuddle and some Script Jelly for you. Thank you, Nord. I appreciate it. My Strider here appreciates. I have several odd scrolls that Telvanni gave me. That's good money. Perhaps you'll make better use of them. A little secret, one of the most dangerous places in Morrowind? Probably the Ash Vampire Citadels inside the Ghost Fence on Red Mountain. Jesus Christ. So these are the places of the Lieutenants of Dagoth and regular people know them. Wow. Outside the Ghost Fence, I would guess the daedra ruins would be the worst. They're all over the place. Yeah, thanks for bringing me those supplies. Silt Striders carry passengers and cargo between settlements on Vardenfell. Fares depends on the distance to be travelled, and Silt Striders are giant insects. A compartment for passengers and cargo is hollowed out from the creature's shells. The driver directs the beast by directly manipulating exposed organs and tissues. I mean, this is fairly normal, actually, for insects. Insects have very, very simple neurological systems. Someone finally got him, huh? Well, it's no surprise, I suppose. No one likes a tax collector, especially one who flaunts his wealth while taking our hard-earned cash. Only one who could stomach him at all was Thavir over in the lighthouse. The two of them spent some time together. Shame, really? She seems like a nice woman. Nefather Hlorin. Darv, wait up. Can you give me a ride to Tel Brenora? Darvaim. Oh no, you don't. Why don't you beg from Alvur or Felsa? Never mind, Darv. I'll ask this nice Nord. I'm Nefather Hlorin, Darv's cousin. So nice to meet you. You couldn't spare a few coins, could you? I just need enough for the boat and the Strider fare back to Tel Brenora. Spare a few coins. I just need enough to get to Tel Brenora, Sarah. Nefather Hlorin. That's me. Darvain and I grew up together of sort. You mean about Darvain and I, a background? Her father is my father's brother. Our parents never got along with each other, though. I heard that a Belcredite has obtained a transmutation spell. With it, she can convert anything into gold. However, it came with too great a cost, and she refuses to use a Belcredite. Let's remember that name, a Belcredite. A little advice, join the House Telvanni. I'm just a hireling and it's hard to move up in the ranks, but once you're in, you're in. Doors will open for you. Opportunity. My other cousin, Lunella, she got me in. I make a lot of special potions for the house, even some of the wizards and the masters. You see all this bungler's bane all over? The only bungler is that you're not picking it. Find the right recipe and the right buyer, and that stuff is fluffy gold. Yeah, so this here, Nefather, she's added by the Affects expansion, what I was mentioning earlier, the 30 extra quests from Douglas Goodall. So she's a breadcrumb to alchemy and to joining the House Telvanni. And she's also a breadcrumb here to Alderune as well, which we'll see. My trade, I'm some kind of alchemist, a very specialized alchemist. Yeah, she's a bit Walter White coded, I think, is the word for that. Now, we actually can't engage with the quest because we don't have enough gold to give her. She's going to hang out here at the... Is she going to follow us around? Is she going to follow me around until I have money? She is. She's going to follow me around until I have money to give her. Oh no. That load was a little bit slow, so I'm just going to click all those quick save there, quick save. Now, we'll ask around town a little bit more about this murdered Proceus Vitellius. They'll give me it'll give me the character motivation to go into people's houses. Latest rumours. At first it seemed the fuss about the Nerevarine prophecy was just a silly superstition. I learned that the Dunmen have been waiting for Lord Naravar to come back for centuries, the Incarnate they call it. Every few years Nashlander appears and the tribes call him the Incarnate. The temple goes out, hunts him down and reveals him as a fake. Why does the temple worry so much about it? Oh, yeah, they doth protest too much. Nucius, let me ask you about the murder. Okay, so he repeats the same information about the Veen. What about you, Indorel? You'll be looking for better armor and a decent weapon. Let me make a suggestion. A lot of people out there are wearing very nice armor or carrying very nice weapons. You don't want to go taking those things from honest citizens because you'll end up doing hard labor. But if you happen to find some outlaws wearing nice armor or carrying nice things, well, the bailiffs don't mind at all if you knock them over their head and take their stuff. Take it from the bandits, they say. Take it from the bandits, they say. But we do have here a couple of extra little scrolls. We have an Eye of the Storm scroll. We have this warehouse shipping log to return as well. So let's go do those two things. Ariel, I would like to trade, buddy. I need a spell. I think I need a spell of Hearth Heal. Yeah, that's what I'm going to need, Hearth Heal. So let's sell this scroll, Eye of the Storm. Would you please give me 100 for it? Yes, he will. And let's buy Hearth Heal for 100. Oh, I'm 3 short. I'm 3 short. Okay. Let me sell you this crab meat and this scrib jelly as well. What do you reckon? Give me 7 for it? 2, yeah, it's like plus 18%. Spells. Hearth Heal. Beautiful. We got it. And, oh, let's not forget about Fargoth's hiding place as well. Rufflod the Braggart. Yes, I did fetch you a book, in fact. Did you find it? Good work. Here's your share. I know someone who really wants this book. No, I don't know why, and I didn't ask, but let me know if you want more jobs. Here, a book for a book, I always say. This one has a lesson for you. So we received the Surfeit of Thieves. It's got another job for us. I have a few clients who collect rare books. Some of them have strange tastes. One of them wants a copy of the Prayers of Baronat. Fortunately, I heard this book was recently stolen by the Galdrez gang. That's what folks here in Pelagia are calling them, a bit of a local nuisance. I heard their hideout is in the Panamu Cave. It's easy to find, but a bit of a walk. Head up the road to Pelagia and keep going northeast until you hit Lake Amaya, and then keep going east along the southern shore. If you reach the Dren Plantation, you've gone too far. There we go. I think it probably is worthwhile us doing that. Eventually we are going to be sent to Pelagia as well by the Favours at the lighthouse there. But he gave us a book here. It's a book called The Surfeit of Thieves, and it's going to give us a security level. I believe this is a book added by the mod as well. So it would have been written by Douglas Goodall, or maybe remembered by Douglas Goodall. This looks interesting, says Indic, his eyes narrowing to observe the black caravan making its way to the spires of the secluded castle. A gaudy alien coat of arms marked each carrier, and the lacquer glistening in the light of the moons. Who do you suppose they are? Well, obviously they're well off, smiled his partner, Harrier. Perhaps some new imperial cult dedicated to the acquisition of wealth. Ah, some Hillsongers. Go into town and find out what you can about the castle, says Indic. I'll see if I can learn anything about who those strangers are, or we meet on this hill tomorrow night. Harrier had two great skills, picking locks and picking information. By dusk of the following day, she returned to the hill. Indic joined her an hour later. The place is called Al-Alira, she explained. It dates back to the Second Era, when a collection of nobles built it to protect themselves during one of the epidemics. They didn't want any of the diseased masses to get into their midst and spread the plague, so they built quite a sophisticated security system for the time. Of course, it's mostly fallen to ruin, but they have a good idea about what kind of locks and traps might still be operational. What did you find out? I wasn't nearly so successful, frowned Indic. No one seemed to have any idea about the group, even that they were here. I was about to give up, but at the Charter House, I met a monk who said his masters were Hermetic group, the Order of Saint Audnoa. I talked to him for some time, his fellow name of Parathion, and it seems they're having some sort of ritual feast tonight. Are they wealthy? Asked Harry impatiently. Embarrassingly so, according to the fellow, but they're only at the castle for tonight. I have my picks on me. Opportunity has smiled on us. She drew a diagram of the castle in the dirt. The main hall and the kitchen were near the front gate, and the stables and secured armory were in the back. The thieves had a system that never failed. Harry would find a way into the castle and collect as much loot as possible, while Indic provided the distraction. He waited until his partner had scaled the wall before rapping on the gate. Perhaps this time he would be a bard or a lost adventurer. The details were most fun to improvise. Hey, that's us. Harrier heard Indic talking to this woman who came to the gate. She was too far away to hear the words exchanged. It was evidently successful. A moment later, she heard the door shut. The man had charm. She would give him that. Only a few of the traps and locks to the armory had been set. Undoubtedly, many of the keys had been lost to time. Whatever servants had been in charge of securing the Order's treasures had brought a few new locks to a fix. It took extra time to maneuver the intricate hasps and bolts of the new traps before proceeding to the old but still working systems, and Farrier found her heart beating with anticipation. Whatever lay before the door, she thought, must be of sufficient value to merit such protection. When at last the door swung quietly open, the thief found her avaricious dreams paled to reality. A mountain of golden treasure, ancient relics glimmering with untapped magicas, weaponry from matchless quality, gemstones the size of her fist, row after row of strange potions, and stacked and valuable documents and scrolls. She was so enthralled by the sight she did not hear a man behind her approach. "You must be Lady Trest," said the voice, and she jumped. It was a monk in a black hooded robe, intricately woven with silver and gold threads. For a moment, she couldn't speak. This was some sort of encounter that Indic loved, but she could think to do nothing but nod her head when she would hoped to look like certainty. "I'm afraid I'm a little lost," she stammered. "I can see that," the man laughed. "That's the armory. I'll show you the way to the dining hall. We were afraid you weren't going to arrive. The feast is nearly over." Harrier followed the monk across the courtyard to the double doors leading to the dining hall. A robe identical to the one he was wearing hung on the hook outside, and she handed it over with a knowing smile. She slipped it on and mimicked him as they lowered the hood over the head and entered the hall. Torches illuminated the figures within the large table. Each wore the uniform black robes that covered all features, and from the look of things, the feast was over. Empty plates, platters, and glasses filled every inch of the wood, with only the faintest spots and dribbles of food remaining. It was a breaking of a fast, it seemed. For a moment, Harrier stood to think about the poor lost Lady Trest who had missed her opportunity for gluttony. The only unusual item on the table was its centerpiece, a huge golden hourglass, which was on its last minute's worth of sand. Though each person looked alike, some were sleeping, some were chatting merrily to one another, and one was playing a lute. Indic's lute, she noticed, and then noticed Indic's ring on the man's finger. Harry was suddenly grateful for the anonymity of the hood. Perhaps Indic would not realize that it was she, and she had blundered. "Trest," said the young man to her assembled, who turned as one to her and burst into applause. The conscious members of the order arose to kiss her hand and introduce themselves. Nerdla, Sualech, Kyla, the names got stranger, Tonyup, Hitilitz, Noetrap. She could not help laughing. "I understand, it's all backwards. Your real names are Aldrin, Celius, Rylek, Poinot, Stylith, and Parathion." "Of course," said the younger man. "Why don't you have a seat?" "Say," giggled Harrier, getting into the spirit in the mask and taking an empty chair. "I suppose what's that when the hourglass runs out, the backwards names go back to normal." "That's correct, Trest," said the woman next to her. "It's just one of our order's little amusements. This castle seems like the appropriate, ironic venue for our feast, devised as it was to shun the plague victims who were, in their way, a walking dead." Harrier felt herself light-headed from the odour of the torches and bumped into the sleeping man next to her. Her face fell forward onto the table. "Poor Estruok Trist," said the neighbouring man, helping to prop the body up. "He's given us so much." Harrier stumbled to her feet and began walking unsuccessfully to the front gate. "Where are you going, Trest?" asked one of the figures, his voice taking on an unpleasantly mocking quality. "My name isn't Trest," she mumbled, gripping Indic's arm. "I'm sorry, partner, we need to go." The last crumb of sand fell in the hourglass as the man pulled back his hood. It was not Indic. It was not even a human, but the stretched grotesquerie of a man with hungry eyes and a wide mouth filled with tusk-like fangs. Harrier fell back into the chair of the figure they called the Estruok Trist. His hood fell open, revealing the pallid, bloodless face of Indic. As she began to scream, they fell on her. In her last moments, Harrier finally spelled Trest backwards. Dessert. Yes, poor Indic. He was the first course, and she was the dessert. Well, that's a security level, and it's a book worth 350. It really was a Surfeit of Thieves. If you read Surfeit backwards, what's that? A Tifris. Maybe Surfeit is a pseudonym for feast, something like that. This woman is still following us. God damn it. What do you say, Ariel? This is a good book. It's a good book. I've had a read, 225. 10 out of 10. New York Times bestseller.
Not long ago.
I think I would like a chest piece before we do much else. Please sell me an iron cuirass as well. 55. 55? Yeah, beautiful. Alright. Nefada, I know you have a few coins in order. I know it. You're being very annoying. I just need enough to get to Telprenora. How about 20? I don't even want your coins now, Nema. I'll take them, but I don't want them. I'll find my own way to Telprenora. I'll take them, but I don't want them. Oh yeah, I forgot. I have a letter for Davame. Can you deliver it, right? I got it in Vivek. I heard some Mer talking about one of them. One of them mentioned Davame. I said you were related, and I headed there anyway. A letter for Davame. I got it in Vivek. Okay, we'll take this to Davame. Okay, well, she's not going to follow us anymore, I hope. Is she going to stick around here? No, she left. She left. I think she gives you some scrolls if you give her all 100. I forget the exacts, but yeah, we'll give this letter to Davame. We'll get it off our person. We don't want to deal with these people any longer, so let's just clear it up. then. I wonder if it's time to go into the cave there and give it a try. I am feeling not too bad. Nefata Hlurin. Yes, she is my cousin. No, I'm not giving her a free ride to Delbranora. You can't even get there from here. No, I'm not giving her money. All families have their, well, I don't know what to call them, but people like my uncle. He and his 3 other children. They only visit when they want something and they stay until they get it. Ignore her for a couple of days. I know it'll be hard, but she'll go away. Nefata had a letter for me. What is it? Is it in code? Oh, I bet this is a letter for Darvain Hlarin in Alderun. This isn't the first time this has happened. Feel free to take it to him. I don't want to get involved in whatever he's involved in. So Darvain Hlarin is Commander Tong. She's Darvain Hlaran. He's Darvain Hlaren. Which is what happened there. So yes, we have a breadcrumb for Alderun as well. There's a little bit to do up there. And one of the advantages of a character like ours, who understands mysticism, is that he's going to understand the beauty of teleporting. And so we'll be using the Mage's Guild Guide a lot, even if we don't join the guild. We have a request here to go and clear out the cave, and also we have a couple of people who have given us some advice to go fetch gear from them. What I might do first, though, is we'll resolve this issue with Fargoth, and we'll resolve this issue with the with Crossius before we go in, just to see how it goes. We've been given a task. We should do the task first, and maybe that will be a very professional aspect of our character. Let's head to the lighthouse and speak to Thavas, and we'll also watch Fargoth from up there as well. She'll give us another breadcrumb. And while we're up there, we can spot an axe as well. So yeah, there's going to be an axe here in this little hollow. We can't see it from where we are though. Thavir Vedrano. What brings you to Saidanin Lighthouse? It's a very important lighthouse which prevents thousands of ships from crashing into the rocks each year, not to mention the Imperial captains into port. I'm the keeper of the lighthouse, a job made easy when I have a steady supply of light wood. We see many of the ships from the Empire that dock and not familiar with the inner sea. They're appointed by family connections instead of earning their rank. In any case, some of them have a very difficult time finding Saidanin, even with the lighthouse. Well, about that light wood, the alchemists have another name for it, but we commoners just call it light wood. It burns longer and brighter than any other wood, and usually the monthly supply ship brings some, but this month they brought 2 prisoners instead. Hey, that's me. Celis won't let me burn them. I can use regular wood, of course, but I have to climb the stairs a dozen times a night to refuel it. I heard from a traveller that there is an Ogrim south of Pelagia, just east on the road here, who claims to have light wood and will give it to anyone who solves some kind of riddle. If you're willing to go there and get the wood, I'll try to think of some suitable rewards for you. Oh yeah, I can drop by. We already have 2 quests to go up to Pelagia. Now we have this light wood request, and we also have a book to find in one of those caverns. Like I said, the daedra is south of Pelagia. That's what I heard. There's a village just up the road north. Head out of Saidanin, past the Siltstrider, and keep going north until you see the Ogrim. Just before the road branches to go into the village, the daedra is waiting for someone next to a pond, allegedly. Now let's talk to her as well about the murder of Prossius Vitellius. Prossius murdered? No! Tell me it's not so. He was the gentlest man I've ever met. He and I have become so close in the last few months. I don't know what I will do without him. I've only seen him get angry once or twice and never raised a hand against anyone. It's so sad. Well, not even angry, I suppose. I saw him arguing once with foreign Gilneth about his taxes. He thought Prossius had been levying too much and skimming off the top for himself. Ridiculous. Prossius wouldn't have done such a thing, I'm sure of it. Please find out what happened and tell him, and if you find out what became of his ring, it would ease my heart. I gave him that ring many months ago, and it was dear to him. I would like to remember him by.
Speak quickly, Outlander, or go away.
Well, we can indeed bring back Prossius's ring. She'll give us some health potions for it. Let's take the Wraith Wedding's diary here. It seems opportune. We'll sell that to Ariel. And we have instructions from Hriskar to watch Fargoth here from the lighthouse, and that's exactly the advice we'll take. You can see little Fargoth here to the right of screen. Thankfully, with the extra 10 points of night eye, you can actually see what happens in Saidanin these days. Fargoth, though, you will notice that he is sneaking at night with a torch in his hand. He's not the brightest fellow. I mean, he is bright. Literally, he's luminescent, which is, I suppose, what I mean by not being the brightest fellow. And what are we? We're in our commoner garb. We're just with an iron cuirass. It's a good fit. I forgot to install camera mods for looking at the cameras there, looking at the character's face. I'll think of something. I'll think of something. There he is. He's wandering into the swamp. We're getting the rotating camera zoom pan. Wow. And there's Fargoth delivering his goods to the hiding place, and there he comes out of the swamp. Beautiful. We'll go grab that. While we're coming down from the lighthouse, though, oh, would you notice we spot a glint there in that little log? Maybe I'll try and get my way over to that. Oh, look at that! Look at that! The iron shard axe. It's worth 100, and it's an axe for us. Oh no, no! I'm caught on something. Can I get out? Okay, thank you. Now, we did get a little bit of advice from that Talvania lady that all these mushrooms, or at least the Bungler's Bane, are good value. So maybe it's worthwhile picking up some of those kind of things. I think, though, we're probably not going to follow any kind of alchemy advice. It's such a gateway to cheese, especially with the mule installed. So we are playing with the leveling overhaul to make leveling back of mind as opposed to time consuming and tablified. Let's grab Fargoth's hiding place here. But yeah, especially with the mule, it becomes the case that alchemy is just kind of broken in all sorts of ways. Well, let's ask about, before we go and chat with this fella, who is very clearly the murderer, let's ask about the murder of Vitellius. So people are referring us back to the lighthouse. We do want to see if somebody will tell us about foreign Gilneth. Maybe a bit of a door knocking campaign is the way to go. We want any corroborating information that foreign Gilneth is our target. We don't know that foreign Gilneth is our target. The fish aren't biting. The fine day, a good time for this day of year. Expect tomorrow to be an even better day. Yes, indeed. He can't talk to us about foreign Gilneth. Let's chat with Finemouth.
Fresh game.
How are you, Finemouth? I'm here. You enter my hut, stranger. As you see, I have nothing of value. Well, actually, I'm here to ask some things of you. I'm here to ask about foreign Gilneth. He tells us to spread the love. I'm here to ask about the murder of Prossius Vitellius. No surprise. Yeah, he refers us back to Thavir. He'll also... Maybe if we threaten to steal something from him. No, we're just looking to chat. I'm not interested in offering aid. That's not really in our character profile. He will give us a quest to go free a slave, from one of the smugglers and slavers caves around, and so that's going to be a great quest line for a good boy character. Or maybe a commoner's, a grey fox kind of character. So one of those two. I'll come back around to them. Halavina got really quite far, but ended up dying. And a mystic swordsman build, which is like an imperial cult twin lamps build as well. Imperial cult with twin lamps for the good boys, or an hussy and twin lamps for the kind of commoners appeal grey fox type. Both of those I think would take that quest. Foreign Gilneth. Let's catch our breath before we go in here, because we are going to have to potentially have an altercation here with Foreign Gilneth. I'm just going to equip Thunder Fist. We'll be prepared for the worst. Foreign Gilneth, we're here to interrogate you about the murder of Prossius Vitellius. That fetcher, you're damn right I did him in, and a good thing too. He was skimming a load of money from all of us honest people, overcharging us on our taxes and keeping the difference for himself. He was always flaunting our money around, showing off his new clothes and jewels, and so I killed the bastard and left his body out there to rot with all its ill-begotten gold on him. It's really quite excellent that he just straight up admitted it, because he is our writ. We're going to open with frost damage, and then we're going to take him down with the rest of our axe here. I do have a stronger axe, but yeah, we'll use our light axe here for experience where we can, especially against an unarmed opponent. They will try and whittle down your fatigue, so light weapons and faster swings are a little bit better. That's a strength pip. Love to see that. And so as we level up with the mule, as we level up our stats, our skills, the governing attributes of those skills, they will should be taking some long swings here, I think. Damn it. We're down. Okay, I've got a couple more to hit him with. An unarmored level. Fuck, I hate foreign guilds, man. This fucking guy. That's okay, we've got a couple more swings. With our axe skill currently being 42, our chance to hit is 30%. So we only need a few more swings. Every time we hear that kind of crunchy sounds as well, we are getting heavy armor pips as well, which is great. That's 2 hits. 3, 4. He's not taking much damage either, though. Damn it. Maybe I use my woad. Power?
Let me live.
Okay, he's giving up here. He's fleeing. He's lost his will. We don't take enough damage. Can I hit the man? Something happening with hitboxes? There we go, okay. We can finish him off. So he's trying to escape. He's trying to escape into a corner. I think we should maybe just suspend our disbelief here. We're blocking the door is what's happening there. And foreign, living in a shack with only one exit. It's really a fire hazard, buddy. Come on. Oh my god. Okay. One more. Thank fucking god. Foreign, we'll take the ring. We'll take Proceus Vitellius' ring. It does sell for a fair bit, but we'll give it back as requested. I don't want to be caught with the with murder. With murder paraphernalia. A Dance in the Fire, Chapter 6. Not going to read that one today. I'll read some new books or some interesting books, but not going to read that one today. Well, first things first, let's return the ring to the widow. Let her know that the job is resolved. We'll also go back to Socius as well. I suppose the ring is our evidence that we've got the right guy, so we should talk to Socius first. Socius Ogala. Socius Ogala? Sokicus? I can never tell. I can never tell how we're meant to read J's and C's in Imperial. But Socius Ogala, I think other people refer to him occasionally.
Yes, friend.
Socius, yes. We got an admission. We found the ring on this body. I heard you had been asking around about his murder. I'm glad to see this matter brought to its completion. Here's your award, Jerimar Ulfricsson. Good to see there are still some citizens who understand loyalty to the Emperor. Well, there you go. We will be loyal to the Emperor because we are under threat. We are under threat and we know what the Imperial prison system looks like. So that's going to be that. Now that we've returned the ring as proof, we'll return it to the widow as well. And then we'll make a quick pit stop with a reel. How do I feel about that kind of combat? And will we be able to go into the cave? I think we will. Here you are, Thavir. Yeah, we'll give you the ring. 2 stand to restore health potions. Some rough customers come into town now and then for supplies. I think there must be smugglers or bandits holed up locally. They'll be doing a public service by cleaning them up, and you get yourself some nice loot as well. It does sound appealing. We do need to get some cash behind us. I'm unsure how urgent our reporting to Balmora is, but so long as we're here working with the local Imperials, I think there is no concern to us spending a bit more time in town before we move on to report. Let's trade with a reel here. A reel, he's got some new advice for us. If you need directions, talk to our local scout Elone. Yes, I would like to sell you, maybe I can keep this ring of healing actually, 1 to 5 points of healing. I'd like to sell you this shard axe, and I'd like to sell you this Wraith Wedding's dowry. I'd like to sell you a Dance and Fire. Is becoming a local library. He is. Now we have 964 gold. We're going to pick up a couple of things here. We're going to pick up a... This is really good, Argent Glow. This tops us up. It's so expensive though. Restore Fatigue. We're going to grab 2 more scrolls of Civvy's Intervention. And we're going to grab any potions we have here as well. We have Fishing Tackle. We have a Fortify Luck Potion. Cyrodiilic Brandy. Some booze. We're not in the market for booze. We're going to grab a Journeyman's Hammer. We're going to grab a Probe as well. And I think that should be Vitality. Restore Health. Yeah, we're going to grab some Scrolls of Vitality as well. So the cost is going to come down to 13. Let's see if we can get away with neutral. Okay, he's going to make us... Okay, so the percentage is based on the total, unfortunately. If the total is low, the percentage moves along with it. So we probably should have bought and sold there as well. We're going to wear this Ring of Healing, standard health potions, and we've also got 2 Scrolls of Vitality and 3 Civvy Interventions. So that's going to be great for us. Let's repair up our axe. Unfortunately, an armor level 5 is really quite low. We'll get some repair prongs around if we can and use them to kind of power level our armor up from the low levels. And yeah, I think for now we're going to... Everyone's asking us to do it. Everyone's offering us the loot rights, and the gear rights. We're going to go in and we're going to see about a man in a cave. Now, we did also hear about the Mentor's Ring, and we have a couple of people asking us to go into the to the tombs as well. But we're not messing with no ghosts, especially not with an Iron Warhammer. And when we're asking around about Morrowind lore, we do learn that ghosts need special magical weapons. So we as a character know that. Let's equip our Thunder Fist. Now we're spent. Let's equip our Beggar's Nose. Our Hearthiel. Let's equip our Hearthiel. So we have 4 points of healing. We have our ring. Oh, we'll equip the ring actually. We have our ring, we have our scroll, we have our spell, we have our potions. Okay. How do you do, fellow smugglers? They come straight for me. Not a worry. I am here to take you out. There is a number of requests for your mark. Let's put on any gear we find as we go. Now this one we might like to use Beggar's Nose as we go as well. And we might like to detect creature here and just see what's around. So this is so we see one person downstairs and we see a few people up here. This will be a den of slaves. This is a mod which turns detect spells into renders here as well. So we do see someone coming. It's a mage. We're probably going to try and back up and dodge their spells. We're going to have to weather them down before we can make the approach. Damn it. Okay, he's still going for us. And he does see us there. Okay, he's still casting. Buddy, you got a lot. It's up to him to exhaust himself. If he keeps casting, he's going to exhaust himself. He should really only be casting when we try and approach. Nope. He's failing spells at this point. He must be low fatigue. Oh, he's still going? Okay, he's making his approach. He closed the distance for us. Well, you can't help a mage being axe to 43. And we'll just heal up our pip there as well. More next leather boots. A common robe. We don't need a robe. And we don't need those boots either. How much do they weigh? They weigh 8? God. Let's just check up here first. We'll make sure that we're not getting in over our heads. And yep, we can confirm that these are slaves. We won't leave them here abandoned when we clean up the smugglers. Wondering if our character slays them. Probably not. They're not a target. Does our character just leave them, I wonder? Maybe we don't go out of our way, but we'll take the time just to not leave people. Yeah, let's equip our ring. So we've got one more person over here. We are not going to be good at sneaking, are we? Yeah, we're only level 10 sneak. Okay, so they see us immediately. Let's see what they're approaching with. They are approaching with marksman. Okay, so we're just going to have to close the distance as fast as we can. Let's use our ring to heal up as we go through as well. Keep ourselves topped up. Beautiful. They're down. We receive a probe or two. A bracer. We'll wear a bracer for sure. Some kite and throwing stars. Yeah, it's a pocket of change. Pocket of change. Let's use our tower key. Our beggar's nose. I'm actually going to bind that. Let me just hit quick save first. I'm actually going to bind this to, I think, keybind 4. The beggar's nose. It is one of the more powerful things about the tower. Detect door, detect trap, detect key. And what we're going to do is we're going to use it when we're looting places and try and keep an eye out for traps and whatnot. So you can see here, this is a key. It has a nice bright symbol and a key symbol, which is great. Absolutely beautiful little mod. The key thing is, though, we also know that there aren't any traps here. Another little kite and left gauntlet. We'll put that on. Nothing in there. Is there anything down here? Maybe we'll check it for creatures. Detect creature first. Not enough magicka. Damn it. We might have to rest up. We're a little bit low on health as well, so let's rest up our magicka back until healed. Can we see down here where the detect creature failed cast? Anyone down here? No. Detect creature's not saying anything. No one down here. And let's use our beggar's nose as well. Beggar's nose is 100% hit rate, which is great. Okay, so we do see a door over there. And we do see this chest, and we know it's not trapped. Here's that fishing rod. Is this the fishing pole that they were talking about? Maybe not. We're seeing the iron saber as well. And having the nope, it's neither trapped nor locked. Beautiful. And it comes with an iron tower shield. Hey, we'll jam that. Whilst we're using a one-handed axe, I will jam that on. Love it. And having our detect last for 30 seconds is a good amount of time as well. Detect is like very short and very low range. It unfortunately has the worst of both, where you need to move around very, very quickly, and there's a lot of doubt as to whether or not you actually saw things correctly. There's some greaves for us. There's some other boots for us. We'll take moon sugar. We will trade in moon sugar. Steel staff. Good value. Good value. This character is happy to trade moon sugar. It's just another good. It's just another good. An expensive belt. Yeah, we'll pop that on. We'll pop that on. We are going to need to improve our outfit. For the purposes of cover, skooma in here, but we will be improving our outfit where we can. Let's maybe replace our shirt with a clean shirt. We're wearing a very dirty shirt at the moment, and let's get ourselves a nice clean pair of pants as well. Which ones are clean ones? I think these ones will at least be clean pants. Yeah. So I'll make a couple of small changes here and there. Now what's going to be over here? We've got an old gate that we can unlock. Let's restore our magicka. Now we do have a very, very slow drip of magicka coming in. I think I'll just increase that ever so slightly. The main reason for that, I don't want enough magicka coming in that we actually can use our magicka in combat. We are going to be mysticism focused. I just want enough of a magicka drip that I can cast my mysticism spells without needing to rest in weird places or whatever, just to smoothen out the process of being a mystic. Smooth out a lot of the travel and things like that. I know a lot of people don't like magicka regen at all in the game, and some people just turn magicka regen all the way up to 11. I know there's a couple of mods where you're like, oh, you know, going into combat every single time will always be full fatigue and things like that. And it does, look, it's kind of like a modern game design thing, where your fatigue doesn't go down unless you're in combat. But it does really smooth out the process. Here we go, we got a rat. Just the one rat. Let's see how detects life spell, detect creature. 100 feet for 10 seconds. We'll just make sure this is the only rat around. Failed to cast. Are you the only one? Yeah, I mean, this guy's right in front of our face, so we know he's there. And we'll just look over here as well. There's no one else over there. Beautiful. Detect enchantment is also a good thing to use when you're roaming around. You can see enchanted gear that people might be wearing. You can also see if there's enchanted items that you can find on the ground. We can pick up some cash here. And a pauldron. And we can put that on. And there's another pauldron over here as well. So aside from the breastplate, we actually get a fairly wide array of kit. There we go. So chitin boots, armor rating of 3, weight of 6. Netch leather, armor rating of 1, weight of 8. So netch leather is worse than chitin by the looks of it. Alrighty, let's get out of here. Now, we do know that these people are going to be slaves. I suppose we did come in here on the request to clear out smugglers and slavers, and we are not going to be in the practice of selling people. It's too much effort, and you make a lot of enemies doing it. So where we are, we're just going to let them go and get back to our business, I think. I mean, freeing the slaves, it's not as though our characters are goody two shoes, but it is the most convenient way to leave the situation. Being, you know, either trading the slaves makes you a lot of enemies, and leaving the slaves makes you a lot of enemies as well as a lot of witnesses. So so freeing them and having them on our good side, willing to keep a secret for us, actually makes the most sense from a character perspective as well. Let's go back to Areals and drop off a bit of the stuff as we can here. And I think we'll also, at this stage, be thinking about going back out to the ancestral tombs. Areal howdy doody. I would like to barter with you kindly. You have to get rid of that moon sugar if you want services from me. Okay, so people aren't going to be willing to deal in it. I'm not going to be doing moon sugar cheese, where you put the moon sugar down and sell it back. I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to find somebody who'd be willing to trade it. And maybe we could ask Rafflod. Rafflod seems like the kind of fella who'll be able to give us advice about it. Where to start? Probably in Balmora. They have a lot of the things you need. True. True. What we'll do is we'll head to Balmora. I think from here. We still have requests to go to Pelagiad, but we are carrying a little bit of extra gear, and we do need to dispense of it before we do much else. We also can't really go into the ancestral tombs with our current gear set, and we know it. So let's head to Balmora. We're going to be looking for a mage to teach us our bound axe spell. And we're also going to be, I suppose we have a bound dagger. What level are we in that? In short blade? N. So with a bound dagger and our skill at 10, we effectively have a skill of 20. We could probably fight a ghost with that. Maybe we can go in. Maybe we can go in and fight a ghost. Okay. We'll have to be careful, but we can do it. We have a lot of sources of healing, and we have some extra gear. We have one point on our body uncovered at the moment, so we're just missing one bracer. That's totally fine. It's totally fine. Yeah, let's do it. We're going to be using bound dagger and beggar's nose as well. Beggar's nose. Let me put the rest of these things on. So magic item, engraved ring of healing. Magic item, hearth heal. And then you magic item bound dagger, something like that. There we go. And Beggar's Nose, beautiful. Yeah, Beggar's Nose is a really, really cheap, really, really effective spell, and it's going to show us that traps. And maybe a lot of people don't really care about seeing traps because they see the word trapped before they go through places. I have a mod that hides traps from me unless my security level is high enough to see them. I think there's some randomization to it as well. So as far as I'm concerned, traps are well worth knowing. Let's take any hits we can get as well. Just keep our swinging arm healthy. A couple of fish. We'll take the levels where we can get them. But yeah, this is going to be light armor, unarmored, and heavy armor training. Yeah, let's step out of the water and half heal this. Failed cast. Yeah, we hit the cast on that one. Beautiful. Okay, and you as well. Thank you kindly. One of these hits will land. So with minimum fatigue, we have about a 30% chance to hit. Actually, let me rederive that. Agility is 30 points. Axe is 43. Minus 25% is 31. Plus 6 percentage points from agility. So we have a 37% chance to hit our axe swings, even when we are minimum fatigue. So it's actually very, very doable. Like, it's not a bad deal at all. To be swinging with minimum fatigue here. Similarly, willpower is offering 8 percentage points. There's a crab. Is that a crab that we can get? No, there's a dead crab over there. We'll go into this ancestral tomb here, I think. We'll rest before we go in, but we'll be prepared to use our bound dagger if we do see a ghost, because we are going to need it, even if we have a lower level in it. Because it's bound, it's going to give us an extra little buff. Let's rest until healed, and let's prepare to use bound dagger. Oh, we got it in one. Very nice. Let's use our Beggar's Nose here as well. What number is it? Number 4. Are you trapped? Okay, you are not trapped. We have a door over there. We do have a trap over here. Okay, and there's a ghost. Okay, we can go in against this ghost. We'll use our Ring of Engraving as we go to... Okay, so we can hit with this. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Got it down. This is a door that's not trapped, and we know it. Oh, skeleton archer. Jesus. We're just going to have to rush this guy down, unfortunately. Thankfully, he's not got enchanted arrows. It is entirely possible there, if this guy had enchanted arrows, we were just immediately dead. Jesus. Skeleton archers, man, they really are the worst. Okay, so this one is trapped. We can look through these. Bone meal, bone meal. Okay, there's a scroll over here. Scroll of Hellfire, very nice. And there's our door. Okay, and we know this urn is trapped as well. The urn labelled Lord Bryn. We all know what's in here, the Ring of the Mantle. Let's disarm it. If I can get it. There we go, beautiful. And we have the Mentor's Ring. We're going to jam that baby right on. That's an extra 2 points of casting. It's an extra 10 points of magicka. And it's extra paralyzed resistance and magicka resistance as well. Love to see it. An empty chest there. Let's keep our probe. Bargain, fortify health. Nemon's Memory Stone. I'm not going to read this one, unfortunately. If you want to read Nemon's Memory Stone, you can install the mod yourself. Do definitely recommend it. It's a good read, but boy oh boy is it long. Lockpick level of 30. We can do that with our pick. We don't need to use our daily power for it. I would definitely like to save our daily power for chess for level 50. We get a lockpick back and some gold. Nice. Very nice. A little bit of this and that we can sell. The Eye of Argonia. How many pages are you? 4 pages. We can check this one out. Grognak. The Eye of Argonia by Shmir Te. Grognak squatted his saddle heartily, grasping his virile arms on the silver reins. Yeah, we're stopping there. There's some keyword analysis in the first paragraph there, and it's not. The likelihood the rest of that is suitable for live broadcast is low, I think. Virile, what a word, man. I mean, it just means healthy, people. It just means healthy. Okay, we got a cliff racer over here. Let's get our axe back on. I think we can definitely take on a cliff race. We might like to have a bit of extra fatigue while we do it though. And we're gonna crab over here. Let's just approach slowly so we can maintain some fatigue so we can kill that cliff racer without taking too much damage, I think. And this ring is going to gradually charge itself back up. Yeah. Let's leave ourselves with the option to hearth heal. Unfortunately, our levels are just low enough that a lot of these things we will want for maximum fatigue for, which yeah very much slows down some of the early game. So what we're looking for around are things to hit for axe XP. We're also looking for an ancestral tomb that we were advised. Here we go. These are real hits, unfortunately. I think we're going to take one more hit and then we're going to try and cast our hearth heal. Oh, we can race it down. Oh, especially with that block, we can race it down for sure. Beautiful. No blooms on that one. Can we get a hearth heal off? 1 in 3. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, are there any other cliff races? There's our ancestral tomb. There's a crab here. And so there's the island over there, over the water there that we've been asked to go find things at. It is a bit of a swim and there are a lot of fish around. It's entirely possible we can find drag here as well. I've decided I'm going to pronounce it drag since a lot of other people call it drag to differentiate from drow. Here we have some slaughterfish coming. Yeah, 2 slaughterfish. Let's get these guys down. Ah, that's a character level. Beautiful. You realise that all your life you've been coasting along as if it were a bad dream. That's a block level as well, which you love to see. Heavy armor increased to 21, light armor increased to 12. Man, we are power leveling right now. And there's all our axe hits as well. Slaughterfish have scales. I'm just going to click Dispose of Corpse to get them off the screen. And take those scales, actually. We're going to have to use our ring to supplement the healing here as well. Any more. I don't mind this little glitch because you can do it in real life as well. You can put your eyes just under the surface of the water, and without the opacity and reflection of water coming through those different membranes, you can actually see very well underwater yourself without goggles, just by putting your eyes directly in the surface. I spent a lot of time in salt water over my life, and it's true. And also salt water doesn't hurt nearly as bad as a lot of people make it out. It's vaguely uncomfortable. Now granted, I have a very, very severe prescription for my eyes. I have like -13, -14 or something like -13 and -15. And my prescription is behind as well. So, to me, the blurriness underwater is pretty much just the same as the blurriness above the water. But, you know, it is a real thing to do with diffracted surfaces. My rest was interrupted. Who by? By a fish? Sorry, not to do with diffracted surfaces, to do with light diffraction passing through different surfaces. Who interrupted my rest? Was it that bloody crab over there? I swear. Let's just quick save. We're going into the Thalas's ancestral tomb. Now we may very well find a ghost here. We do find a ghost immediately. Let's hit ourselves with a bound dagger. We have a very high cast chance on this, which is great. And we're just going to try and get it down whilst we have... Amazing. And there's another one. We only need 2 hits. We'll keep our ring on cooldown and our health topped up. And let's use Beggar's Nose. Okay, so there's a regular door here. We've got a trap over there. Got another ghost. Okay, we're gonna have this ghost come over to separate us from the skeleton there. 2 hits. It's only gonna take the 2. Come on, come on. There we go, beautiful. Right, let's switch to our axe for the skelly bones. And he has a shield, so he's probably going to be either a spear or a sword. Yep. That's a sword. Okay, the hits aren't too bad. We do definitely want to use our hearth heal for this one, though. And let's create some distance. Just while we get that off. Yeah, beautiful. He's messing with that door, man. I think after this hit, yeah, we use a potion after this hit. Restore health potion. He's blocking us a lot. Okay, 1 more hit. 2 more hits, there we go, beautiful. Well, he has here an Iron Wakizashi, which is relatively decent. Iron Shield armor rating of 7 versus our Tower Shield armor rating of 8. A little bit lighter, I'll take it. I'll take it to sell back to Ariel. And let's just make sure we're healed up after that one. Need that Beggar's Nose here as well. So we do see a key over here in the ashes. And nothing here is trapped. Which is great to know. Key to Thalas's tomb. So we use the key there to open the chest. The chest is empty. We have a scroll of divine intervention. Beautiful, beautiful. And let's just check these. We can use the key there to open this one as well. Okay, there's nothing in there either. Thalas's. Was this what the Thalas is about? The Thalas's tomb? Priska, engraved ring, crab meat. Here he is. He told me a story. Went fishing in Ahranatus. Okay. Okay, now that's a different thing. That's a different thing. I thought somebody might have mentioned the Thalas's tomb here, but that's not the case. Here we go. Well, let's get out of here. That was well worthwhile. We got the job done. Let's heal up before we head back out. We never know what we're going to find. And we do find slaughterfish. Let me bait those in, and we'll have a swing at those as well. Strength pip. Axe at 46. What are we up to? We're up to 63 strength. Very nice. And we're going to be getting endurance level from our heavy armor as well, which is yeah, really great to see. It's been a fair while since any of my characters had an easy endurance. Actually, light armor up to 13. Light armor and unarmored is going to be easy levels while we're not wearing a full kit. We will wear gauntlets where we can. Cool. Let's collect these scales, I think. Yeah, and just dispose them to get them off the render. Now, I think we probably want to think twice about swimming over. We are very athletic, but we're still a fairly old man, fairly new to the island, so we're not going to swim over to that island just yet. I think if we can learn a spell of water walking or a potion of water walking, that will make it a lot easier. And really all we know is that there are smugglers over there, and some requests to go take out these kind of people. A general vibe that they would be better to be gone. So I'm not immediately going to go and do those kind of things on the basis of a rumor. More or less because it hasn't been presented as a job, I suppose. Yeah, let's grab the scales from these ones as well and just dispose of them. Here we go, back into town. Oh, an athletics pip. You love to see athletics, hey? Anytime an athletics level just creeps out of nowhere, you say, yep, that's great. Yeah, so we know that slavers are out there in the water. Now, we don't really care too much about slavers for the fact that they are slavers. We do care about people that we are willing and able to slay, though. And maybe there's something about that character. He is generally a murderous person, I think. We did complete a job for Hriskar. Maybe we should report to Hriskar as well, though. About the finding Fargoth's hiding place. Let's get our fatigue back. 1 second, I gotta sneeze. Okay. Oh, sneeze, done. Coughing fit, done. Had to tell fast. So what are we doing here? Oh yeah, so Real won't trade it with us because of moon sugar, so we're gonna need to go somewhere else to find a trader who's willing to handle moon sugar. Hriskar, we did find Fargoth's hiding place, yep. So we'll take the loss there. And he's asking if we would like to join the Imperial Legion. All the garrisons are presently at full strength, except perhaps the Death's Head Legion in Fort Darius. Well, I sincerely doubt that our character is going to be going up there for that kind of thing. Right, we're after a little advice for sure. Let's just ban a bot in the chat. Keep him down. A banner and a ban of Aedra. That's how they know. Well, yeah, we're going to have to, I think, head into Stadening from here. So, is there anything left over to do? We've got our little Pelagiad questline. Pelagiad is an Imperial garrison town, so we're not going to have any luck moving skooma and moon sugar there. I think as a character with a background in criminality, we can fairly safely say that our character is knowledgeable enough to know when a rival gang or rival dealers or things like that don't have any capacity to defend themselves, and that's why we're willing to go in and kill smugglers, to just take the stock for ourselves and to control that market, being a man with a history in organized crime. And also, we're also going to know that, yeah, the people who you want to be selling moon sugar to, Khajiits, they're going to handle it. So we're going to come to Balmorra and we're going to look for a Khajiit. We definitely know there is one here. Now let's ask Hull first. Hull, spare a few coins for a sailor with no ship. I was a sailor, yes, but the ship I was on ran aground. I've been here ever since. Not much use for an Argonian sailor here. I beg and I do odd jobs and it keeps me fed. Spare a coin? Yeah, mate. It's good to keep some people on side, especially if they have eyes and time. Thank you kindly, Lord. Let me know if I can do anything in return. Well, tell me about your ship. The ship, it was the Lady Lamia, a smuggling ship, I'm ashamed to say. We ran aground in a storm on one of those little islands east of Vivek, just north of some daedra ruins. The captain got a new ship, the Harpy, but most of the old crew is as deserted as the ship, scattered to the four winds. I sometimes wonder if any of the ebony is still there, and I don't know if I could even find the ship. It's been years. There you go. Well, there's a find. A sailor with no ship. I miss the sea, especially the inner sea in the Topal Bay. They can both be treacherous, but they're calm and beautiful. Much of the time. Here's a pauper, one of the humble small folk. So we hear about Balmorra being the seat of House Hlalu. The High Town is the administrative centre with the temple and the manor houses. The shops, guild, trade houses and commercial district are west of the river, and Labour Town's modest corner clubs and homes are east of the river. The latest rumours, it's not bad enough with the blight storms this year, but the Ashlanders are also going crazy. Jumping caravans and pilgrims, raiding villages and scrapping with the legions. If you do a crime, pay the fine, don't do the time, indeed. That's good advice not to worry about this kind of thing. So we can hear about the Balmorra Fighters Guild and the Mages Guild. We can also hear about the Fort Moonmoth nearby and the Imperial Cult as well. We can also hear about the relationship with Outlanders, and that will definitely manage our expectations a little bit when we're dealing with people. And we can hear about the South Wall as well. So we do have advice to go join the South Wall. To go visit the South Wall, so we can meet with Caius Crusaders and receive those directions. And Bacola Closius is that owner of the South Wall Corner Club. Excuse me. My sinuses will clear up. We can also hear about guild guides. Now, this is great information for us. A person who knows a thing or two about mysticism. A guild guide, someone who's willing to teleport us around the world, that really opens up some pathways. So we're going to go and make a relationship with them for starters. Let's start by visiting a pawnbroker. We do have some drugs to sell, and we'll see if they're willing to deal with them. Now, most pawnbrokers are above board, and we'll ask Trelassa a little advice if you're after. The easy way to get started is to join a guild. Indeed. Let's confirm. Yeah, talking about Outlanders. Talking about pawnbroker. I buy your goods, give you cash on the counter, and if at a later date you wish to recover your goods, you need to only pay me what they're worth, with a small profit, of course. Now, they say you don't have much of a problem here with vampires. In my experience, it's the truth in the settled parts of Aldenfell, but in the backcountry you hear rumours. Everyone knows that the Balmorra magistrate Nolus Atreus is on the take. Thieves, thugs and murderers are getting ridiculous sentences or paying a drake and walking free, but they'll never get Atreus. He's got fat cats and family back in the city to cover him. The Legion champion, Larius Vero, over at the Moonmoth Legion Fort, he had sworn an oath to stop corruption. I don't see what he can do. Oh, interesting. That's great to know. So we know that the local Kamana Tong is we don't know who the Kamana Tong are yet, I should say. We haven't heard the name Kamana Tong yet. But yeah, we know that there is a local judge who is on the take, so we know that there's going to be some organized crime going on, and maybe that's somebody we can either work for or work against. Dalnea Ralal, the publican of the Eight Plates Corner Club in Balmorra, is hiring entertainers. Indeed. This is our country, and we don't like foreigners who come in and steal our land and treasures and tell us what to do and how to live. Very simple people. Okay, they won't trade moon sugar. Indeed. Well, we'll keep asking around. This is a clothier, I believe. Yeah, they're not going to deal with us. And that's an arms smith over there. We can definitely go over there to patch up our gear. And Ravir, the trader. Ravir, that's a very Khajiit sounding name. Ravir, how are you? A little secret. Buy from merchants and traders who like you. I'm a trader and a general merchant. A little advice? Talk to Nalian in the Gateway Inn in Cedrith Mora. These daedric weapons. What? You say these are not daedric weapons? No, you are right, but Revere is no liar. When you wish it, Revere's fiend, demon, and devil weapons will be as sharp and as fine as daedric and as light as a net chair sack. The magic lasts a short time, but long enough to punch through the toughest armor. Revere buys them direct from the Telvanni. You'll not find any cheaper in all of Balmora. Indeed. Indeed. What will you trade with me, Revere? He will. Well, let me sell you these first and foremost, and then let's just get the whole lot down. Don't need these, I don't need these. Fortify health, restore personality. I don't think I need a fortify health. Oh, yeah. A bargain. Fortify health I'll keep. Restore health, rising force. Let me sell you some meat and some scales. We have a couple of little weird bits and bobs, but that's fine. I'll sell you the Eye of Argonia as well. Now, buddy. How's about 1200 for that? You're getting a good deal. You're getting a good deal, and we all know what it's worth. You're doing me a favor, I'm doing you a favor. 1200. Okay, 1150. He knows it's the only person in town who's gonna trade skooma. Indeed, beautiful. All right. Well, that clears up a lot of our slots. We do still have a bit of a hodgepodge mix of gear, and we would certainly be preferencing our heavy armor in the long run. How are you, Hedvild? How are you? So, yes, I'm just here to gas bag. House Slalu must have a spy in Alderune. You heard the Ordinators burned out the camp of the Nerevarine cult over by the Ghost Fence. And you look like you might not faint wearing heavy armor. Check out the Legion garrison at Fort Moonmoth. They're like and big over there. Maybe they're looking for recruits, good benefits, chance for advancement, get a piece of land at retirement, maybe even end up a knight. It's not the worst advice. Unfortunately, we are going to be railroaded by the Blades into being a spy. Now we know that the Mages Guild here has guild guides, and also we want to learn the ways of the axe. Rannis, are you looking for me? You want to join the Mages Guild? You look like the sort we could use in the Mages Guild. Would you take the Mage's Oath and join the guild? Perform any duties? Well, we're actually not here for any duties. I'll tell them no, never mind. I'm here for the guild guide, and I'm here for the spell services. So these things are free to the public. You pay a little bit more for them, but it's worth not making a commitment. Shan. I cannot think with all these interruptions. Please leave me alone. Okay, I'll leave her alone. And what about you, Esterdalin? Welcome to Balmora. House seat. The Mages Guild is a professional organization chartered by the Emperor to promote the study of arcane arts. Well, yeah, let's chat with her now that we're here. I hear you guys have a guild guide. A guild guide is a spellcaster of the Mages Guild who provides magical transports for a small fee. You can only travel from one Mages Guild to another, but it is the fastest way to travel between Vivec, Balmora, Aldrune, Caldora, and Cedrith Mora. Messalene Marine is the guild guide in Balmora Mages Guild. But let's talk to Messalene when we can. Now, she has some advice about staying alive, and she has a little secret about Dwarven artifacts as well. Let's buy a spell. Do you have a bound? Bound longbow is very powerful. That's worth knowing it's here. An archer character that comes and buys this bound longbow is absurd. Like a sniper character. Hey, Mr. Vimes. Yo, what's the build today? We're trying again. The Executioner build. We're trying the Executioner build again. So she doesn't have any spells here for me right now. But maybe, yeah, for anyone just arriving now, 2.5 hours in. So definitely a bit of a click around. But this is Jerimar Ulfricsson. It's an assumed name. We've been given the name on our documents by the Imperials who forged our release documents. Now we've been released by the Emperor to join the Blades and to act as something of a plant or a patsy or an asset for the Blades. But we've spent a long time in jail. A member of organized crime, Jerimar, although that's not his real name. Jerimar was in the organized crime, committing hits, committing executions, taking out rival gangs, controlling product and controlling sources. And then one day he copped an axe to the face. And he failed a hit, and that's how we got this glass eye. He ended up in prison. He was in prison for a number of years in Cyrodiil. And he doesn't know why it's been released. But it's the build is an executioner build. It's a specialization in stealth, with a primary favored attributes of strength and luck. And boy, oh boy, is he a lucky boy, because he was sentenced to life in prison. He was lucky to get off without an execution, and he's been luckier again to be released. But the build is an axe conjuration. We're here to actually find ourselves a conjure axe spell, and also mysticism, speechcraft, and mercantile. And this is kind of what it looks like, I suppose. To walk into a room, to talk your way in, to be well liked, and then to be willing to kill everyone in the room and vanish. Right? So I want you to kind of imagine that kind of situation, like arriving at a wedding and bringing hidden armaments, and then getting out of there as quickly as it might seem. So if you think of the bad guys, the Punisher, if you think of any of the Red Wedding kind of situations, this is what we're talking about here. So it's an executioner, not with a chopping block, but an executioner as far as the gang warfare is concerned. We have our minor skills here of heavy armor. It's very, very normal for everyone in Nirn to wear armor, especially people of organization and of class. And you do, I think, require athletics and acrobatics to justify heavy armor as a skill, just from the RP perspective. Athletics for conditioning and acrobatics for strength, for leg day, effectively. There's also security and restoration. Restoration as a as a man of combat and crime, he can't exactly go see healers himself, and so restoration is something that he picked up along the way. This 10th slot here is maybe a bit of a flex slot. I think the first time I built this character, I used alteration in the slot for water walking and water breathing, and I think maybe that also has good flavor reasons. But yeah, we're also born under the sign of the tower, so we have the tower key, and we also have the beggar's nose. The beggar's nose is a really, really, really powerful detect ability. Detect door, detect trap, and detect keys. And for a person looking to assess the security of a place, assess their exits, and assess their entrances, this is a very, very, very keen spell. I do have a mod installed as well, which randomizes traps and locks around the world, and so using Beggar's Nose quite regularly is a great way to identify if something is trapped. And I also have a mod which changes the representation of detect in the world. So instead of looking at the map and seeing detect as little pips, it'll overlay. I'll use it now actually, just to show you. So Beggar's Nose, it's going to reveal doors, it's going to reveal keys, and it's going to reveal traps. And there we see 3 doors upstairs. So you can see that these are doors. They have a little bit of a portal icon, and these are the 3 entrances to the guild.
I suppose it is my duty to help those less
Now, Marvin,
fortunate
how
than
are
myself.
you? Here for a bit of a gab. The temple says the Peak Star heretic is dead, but did they produce a body? I see no body. Yeah, everyone's talking about the Nerevarine. The farther from civilization you go, the worse the dangers, indeed, and everyone can learn a few spells. I can learn a few spells as well. I would like you to teach me a few spells, actually. Buoyancy. Onducia says, I will buy Levitate while I have the cash for it. Levitate, I think, is worth grabbing on every single character, if only so that you don't get stuck. Yeah, it's important to not get stuck and need to teleport out of places. Calm Humanoid is a nice spell to have as well, especially if you're going to roleplay, not necessarily killing everyone. I think our character, though, is probably the kind of character that's okay with killing everyone. What about you, Aedra? Aedra will tell us a lot about help in a fight in high places you cannot reach. Tovani Bugmusk. Interesting. Foyoda Mamea as well, telling us a little bit about the local area. There is a Foyoda that runs all the way between Balmora and Ash Mountain, if you ever just want to run directly at Ash Mountain. And she can sell us some potions as well. So restore endurance, agility, luck, potion of Night Eye. Potion of Night Eye is not to be. A Rising Force, maybe a Rising Force potion's worth carrying around. And any potions we can grab here as well will be worthwhile. We don't need water walking or water breathing. I think I prefer a cure paralyzation, a cure common disease, And a cure poison, sure. Aedra, give us that for 84. What do you reckon? Beautiful. Now, Massalina, I believe Massalina has some decent spells for us. Bound, Battle Axe, that's the one we're after. Beautiful. Flame Guard, Resist, Reflect, Soul Trap. We'll take Soul Trap as well while we can afford it. Alright, and I think that'll be it for spells now at this stage. So we can, I'm just going to quick save there in case we crash. We can replace our Bound Dagger spell with our Bound Battle Axe. That'll be the way for us to go. And I think as well, we probably do want to chat with an enchanter here as well, see if they can give us any spells for any enchanter gear to improve our fatigue and improve our health. There is an enchanter here upstairs.
Sorry,
Galbadir.
stranger. My time is short, so get on with it.
My time is short, so get on with it. She says that, but she's given us the full Hawker intro here. Step right up. Look at my collection of scrolls. Buy a spell of every type that you find. Will give you the best options later when creating your own custom spells. Indeed, indeed, indeed. I think for now, I want to just buy some equipment if we can. We have an Amulet of Stamina. It's very cheap. We'll buy that. We have a Blind Ring. That can be good going into combat. Damage Fatigue on touch can be good going into combat as well. A Life Belt. 10 points of health on use. That's really good. We'll buy that Life Belt. The more scrolls of Civic Intervention, Celerity, Divine Intervention, we'll buy those as well. And Scroll of Healing. Scroll of Healing. Upturn, Vigor, Vitality. Restore health 2 points for 60 seconds on health. So this will keep us up for a long time in combat if we're clearing out a cave or something. This Scroll of Healing is 50 points over 5 seconds. We definitely want one or two of these, actually. So let's see if we can get it down to 420. What do you reckon? 420. Let's all have a laugh. Beautiful. So we have an amulet, and we have a new belt there as well. I'll sell her back the belt. Do you want my old belt? Have my old belt. And this is going to be great. Restore health and Engraved Ring of Healing should keep us topped up for quite a while. And then we've also got the Amulet for Fatigue Management as well. Let's put those on quick keys. Hearth Heal. I'm going to replace you with this Life Belt and Bound Battle Axe. I'm only going to use you going into combat, so I actually don't need to quick key you too badly. But the Amulet of Stamina, I think, is an important one to have access to going into quick combat. And Battle Axe there. Now we have 4 more spells together. Mark, Recall, Civi, and Divine Interventions. Let's head to a temple and see if they will teach us Divine Intervention. We do know that there is a temple here in town, and we might like to sort out our gear as well. Do we want to complete our heavy armor set? We will be going into a smuggler's den in near Pelagiad. We might find some more gear there that's suitable for us. Currently our armor score is level 3, which is really low. It's 60 HP though. Temple's here at the top of High Street. That said, light armor levels are agility, and I do need to improve my agility a fair bit as we go. We also want some repair hammers and things like that. Hello, how are you? Ian Faveron? Tell me about enchantments. Yeah, lovely. You got some rumors for us? The Commander Tong wasn't going to stand by and let the Thieves Guild set up shop in their territory. It'll be bloody, and the Thieves Guild doesn't stand a chance. That's excellent for us to know. Indeed. Let's see if they have any extra little bits and bobs for us. A Velothi helm to heal on their headpiece. That would be good to have. It's a little bit pricey though. A Shield of Light. A Holy Tower Shield. A Holy Shield. Yeah, unfortunately we don't really want anything from him there. We're after these spells while our budget can fit it in. We have 820 gold left over. Let's head downstairs. So the spell vendors are downstairs. we'll head upstairs as well and introduce ourselves, although we won't be joining the temple. I think if we are going to have any religious aspects to this character, it'll be a servant of Malakath, for pariahs. Yeah, telling us about the internal dealings of the Balmora Mages Guild. So the Mages Guild is fighting with the Telvanni, the Thieves Guild is fighting with the Commander Tong, the Fighters Guild is subsumed by the Commander Tong, and the House Lalo is a front for the Commander Tong. The Commander Tong very much runs the shop here, and so we're not going to be working for the Commander Tong. We're going to be a rival. We're going to be a rival to them. We're going to be working against them. Civvy intervention. There we go. Beautiful. Let's also see. We can buy No Torgo's escape route. Oh, that's detect door. We already have that. We can buy recall as well. Vigor for fortified fatigue. We'll buy that. And Powell fortify magicka. Cure common disease on self. Yeah, we'll grab cure common disease on self as well. I think I just bought fortify fatigue rather than restore fatigue. Yeah. I wanted restore fatigue. It's nice to be able to enchant gear with constant restore fatigue. But hey, buddy, let me barter. Let me trade spells with you. We do have Mark here as well. Lovely. All right, that'll do us. Divine Aid, Flame Guard. Anything I want to come back for here? Not really. Just Fortify attribute, more of Fortify attribute. These guys do have Absorb Fatigue at range, which is a really, really great spell for the top end. You can cast it as you go into places, and just decimate somebody. It really helps you close gaps, and it maximizes your fatigue while diminishing theirs, so you're always fighting the fight with as much advantage as possible. It can't overcome very big skill differences, but it can overcome some for sure. Alright. Well, we got our spell. From here, we're going to head back to Pelagiad, and it is a bit of a walk from Balmora to Pelagiad. We can go that way though, or do we take the bus? Do we take the bus and then walk to Pelagiad from Sadanin? All the advice we've received is to walk to Pelagiad from Sadanin. I think we probably should report to Caius Casades while we're here though, and he will actually make up their minds for us. Jerimar Ulfricsson, you've been given these directions and a package of documents. Do not show them to anyone. Do not attempt to read the documents in the package. The package has been sealed and your tampering will be discovered and punished. Follow these directions. Report to Caius Casades, deliver the package of documents to him and wait for further orders. Remember, you owe your life and freedom to the Emperor. Serve him well and you'll be rewarded. Betray him and you will suffer the fate of all traitors. Indeed. So despite our criminal background, we'll be going along with the Blades. At this stage we are an asset to the Blades, and they have us under threat. And at the end of the day, you know, our character is someone who very much is just going to be following orders. Is just going to be following orders as they're given to them. So we're going to be choosing who to follow orders for within RP, but we'll be following orders at the end of the day. I would like to ask you about the Southwall Corner Club. Yep, here we go. So we just received a few directions to it. Let's pop on over there. And the Southwall Corner Club is going to put us in touch with the Thieves Guild operatives, who we will not be joining up with. We're going to be, I think, mostly going freelance where we can. So Tilda, I'm here to ask about Caius Casades. Yeah, ask Bacola Closius. He's the owner, he'll know. So let's ask Bacola Closius right here. Hey mate, Caius Casades, put us in touch. Yep, so we receive those directions there to Caius. The guys who are making the real money, the tax agents and the bureaucrats, and be willing to pay for training, he says. You can only speak to the Commander Tong with a friend. I would like to know more about them, so I'm going to maybe give him a little bit of a bribe here. What do you reckon, buddy? Will you talk to us about the Commander Tong now? The Commander Tong is the old criminal syndicate here in Morrowind. As everyone around here knows, there's a gang war between the Thieves Guild and the Commander Tong. In Balmora, the Commander Tong hangs over at the Corner Club and the Council Club. Watch yourself if you go there. They're not very nice people. The Commander Tong definitely positions themselves as always against the player character. Because they are their hatred of Outlanders is quite famous, so it's quite convenient. There is an intrinsic value to us being the player character and coming off the boat, and them always hating us. The closest we can get to being involved with them is to do the Thieves Guild. Well, here we are, Caius. I am Caius Casades. What do you mean you were told to report to Caius Casades? What are you talking about? You say your name is Jerimar Ulfricsson and you've been told to report to me and deliver a package. Perhaps you'll let me look at it. Yes. Yes, here we are. The Emperor wants me to make you a novice in the blade, so that means you to follow my orders. Are you ready to follow my orders? Yes. Well, good. Welcome to service, novice Jerimar Ulfricsson. Now you belong to the Blades, where the Emperor's eyes and ears in the province. You can use my bed if you need to rest, but leave my personal stuff unless I say otherwise. You can improve your mother skills with our Blades trainers. They can give you orders right away, but don't forget to visit the trainers. Make connections with the rest of the order. I'm going to avoid this. I'm going to say that as an asset and not an operative specifically, but as like a coerced asset, we're going to be separated from the rest and probably not make too much connection with the rest of the Blades trainers. First thing, Pilgrim, you are new and you look it. Here's 200 drakes. Go get yourself a decent weapon or armor or a spell. And second things, you need a cover identity. Freelance adventure is a common profession. Sign up with the Fighters Guild or the Mages Guild or the Imperial Cult or the Imperial Legion and advance in the ranks, gain skills and experience, or go out on your own. Look for freelance work or for trouble, and then when you're ready, come back and I'll have orders for you. Interesting. So Caius here also suggests that we join the Imperial Legion or the Imperial Cult. I think none of these in particular are going to align with our directives too well. The Fighters Guild, though, is probably the one that's going to be the closest. Let's ask about the Fighters Guild. It's a professional organisation chartered by the Emperor to regulate the hiring and training of mercenaries. Training, goods and services are cheaper for members, and the guild stewards know where to find work. You'll have to start your service with Ida's Fire Eyes, the Balmora Guild Steward. She's new, and I don't know her well. Perseus Mercius, the Alderan Guild Steward, I know and trust, and he only handles high-ranking assignments, for sure. So maybe we can start with Ida's and then work our way over to Perseus Mercius. About doing quests for factions. If you try and complete every task you're given, sooner or later you'll run into trouble. Don't assume that just because someone gives you a job, you ought to be able to complete it. Indeed. We have a lot here to kind of unpack. Let's ask about freelance work. You can always just wander around and ask for work, hunt monsters and sell their hides, collect ingredients for alchemists, prey on bandits and smugglers, search for ruins and loot. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm kind of two minds here, whether we'll join the Fighters Guild or whether we'll be a full freelancer. I think as an asset of the Blades, I think our cover identity can't really work with the Imperial Legion or the Imperial Cult. Maybe it works with the cult. And maybe it works with the temple as well. As a cover. Maybe it works with the Fighters Guild as a cover. Or maybe... Interesting. Interesting. Maybe we can justify the Fighters Guild as a cover. And we'll use our Fighters Guild mercenary status as a justification for doing what we actually want to do, which is just go into smugglers' dens and execute people. We'll be finding our way, I think, to some kind of Daedric initiative, and we'll definitely be finding our way to the Morag Tong. The Morag Tong is where we really want to be working. We'll have to wait for, I think, the quest lines to gradually breadcrumb us to Vivek. I think last time I played this character, I forced Vivek a little bit too fast, and ended up going a bit too far walkabouts around the world, because some of the first writs they give us are very, very wide and far. So let's catch the bus back to Sedanin. We have a job to go and clear another den of smugglers. in along the road to Pelasiad, and we also have a quest for some light wood for Pelasiad. That will give us a belt of Night Eye, which I really, really want because it helps the render a lot. Night Eye is one of those things that I really should just get the creator kit and make a spell because I just want like 25 permanent points of Night Eye on the game. Destination, yes, we'll go to Save-scumming. Thank you very much. Let's get a little secret for us. A vampire can hide amongst us? Nonsense. One look at the face and you know it's a vampire. You can't disguise that. You can wear a helmet, but here in Morrowind, you don't trust people who won't take off their helmet in public. Indeed. In Morrowind, someone looks like they're going to spend time in a big hot fire. What? Well, now you mention that, I don't think I've ever seen a Telvanni guard with his helmet off. Say the name. We also have a breadcrumb to Aldrune to deliver a letter, and the letter actually is a delivery to the Commander Tom. We'll just say that we slept on the Salt Strider there. We had a little bit of a kip, and here we're free of skooma. We have some healing potions, we have some curing potions, and we have some new spells. Let's do it. We're gonna cross the pond and look for look to clear out a few more ancestral tombs, as been advised by the people around town here. And we're going to take that very much as a test of our capacity, and you know, flex our spells. And after that, we'll go to walk over to Pelasiad as well. This amulet of stamina, it's got I believe 5 points total. Yeah, 3 to 5 points. And we're going to try and use it fairly consistently to keep ourselves topped up. It's also a little pip of enchant as we go as well. Let me just quick save there because we made a lot of progress since my last quick save. We also learnt from Hull coming off the Salt Strider to Balmora, that there's potentially a shipwreck east of Vivek. So there's a little bit of a clue there that sometimes we can maybe go out and find some lost goods. Now, and I do wonder how much we're going to lean into this kind of scavenger playstyle. Definitely, if we can take something of value, we will be willing to, especially if gang warfare is involved. Let me see if we can just pull any fish. Immediately. Yeah, beautiful. Yes, they're all coming. Any drags? No drags today, thank you. Yeah, we've got 4 slaughterfish here. And we'll just use our enchanted gear as we go through as well. It's our life belt. Oop. Let's just top up 10. Beautiful. Oh, one more. Very nice. We'll just dispose of these. They do drop scales for us, which are only have a modicum of value, but whatever. Let's water walking. 60 seconds of water walking on self. We're probably gonna have to have a couple of goes at casting it. No, we get them too. Beautiful. Now, certainly with a heavy armor gear set, I'm unwilling to swim. I think, really, I'm unwilling to really swim a gap whilst our athletics is below, I think, maybe like 50. 50 athletics is when I'd be willing to believe a person could swim with heavy armor on, something like that. So water walking, I think, is definitely our way to go forward, with a lot of RP reasons as well. And we've got a potion of water walking there as well, so if we run out on our real water walking, we'll use that too. And here we have a nice little crab before us. Now, I'm not too fussed about our weapon being damaged here, because lower damage means more swings, means more experience, but we can also pick up our bound weapon at any point in time. Have we got any more crabs around here for the swinging? We'll look for some more fish next, I think. And bearing in mind, we're here to clear these places out and get ourselves gear as well. Any fish to pull? Not really, not really. No. Alright, well let's pop inside. We'll just keep ourselves topped up with our ring as well. Now, gonna head into the tomb here. Our conjuration level is high enough that we can actually summon our battle axe really reliably. Let's see what we see first though. Maybe we'll use our detect creature. Unfortunately, detect creature only sees animals and humanoids. So we're not seeing any smugglers. So we're going to expect ghosts and we're going to expect the undead. So let's go in with that in mind. We'll use our axe. We'll use our bound axe. And yep, that's exactly what we find. An ancestor ghost off the rip. Any skeletons? No, let's use our beggar's nose here and assess these doors. Okay, so this door is just a door, but that door on the left here is trapped. And there's another ancestor ghost. That door is safe, but there are traps in that room. There's a key in that room as well. It's a bone lord. Oh, got it in one. Huge. So with that buff, we have 57 axe skill. How much is this? 80 points on the swing. Holy shit. Alright, well you love to see it. So this is the power of Beggar's Nose, and there's also a mod there just to affect the way that detect key works. And we can see that there is a key there, a key to the Serranus tomb, and we know that this chest is safe. Key to Serranus tomb here, we can use it. A Nordic fur helm. We'll get it on. We'll get it on. Now this one is trapped as well. It's trapped with Drain Luck. Does our key work on it? It does not. Okay. So the Serranus tomb key does not work on this. We're not going to be able to see every trap. We're going to need to have a high enough security level. As our security level gets higher and higher, we're going to be able to randomly assess more traps as we go. Spot when there are traps, spot when keys are, spot when a lock is pickable and things like that. See the lock level. The game telling you the lock level when you're a low level character simply doesn't really make any sense to me. Here we are. And if you're wondering about Magicka regen as well, we do just have a little trickle of Magicka regen, because for RP reasons we are only using mysticism and alteration spells. We're not going to be using much Magicka in combat, and so it's just there to smooth out our experience with combat spells. It looks like there is a trapped door over this way as well, and two more trapped chests. Maybe they're not showing us doors, so there might be chests or urns. Let's rebind our battle axe here. That one's trapped with shock damage. That's the one we saw earlier. Okay, and this is the drop down. Beautiful. Okay, well let's untrap this door and get in there. Probe. Got it in one. Beautiful. Where's my axe? Here it is. Damn it. Resisted magic. Let's get away. Let's get away. I'm gonna have to dive on it. Oof. Frost damage arrows. Okay. Okay, I was worried that those were Jink arrows with paralyze. But boy oh boy, that was frightening. That definitely had the capacity to bowl us over. Both of these are trapped little chests. Let's grab them. And there's no key for them as well. Trapped small chest. Beautiful. Just a common ring, no worries. I've never really played the tower before, but with these modifications to the way detect shows in the game, the tower feels really, really, really great. I definitely feel a bit what's my way through here? I think that's the way out. That's the way out. Okay. And just kind of wall hug over these at the end of the day. Yeah, that little detector, the changes to detect, I think, make the tower a very, very enjoyable playstyle. It's also an incredibly powerful spell, Beggar's Nose, if you've never used it before. Detect door, detect trap, detect key. Really what's stopping detect being good is that that actually using it and seeing on the map all these things is kind of tedious. But with the modification to show these things visually in the player render as well, it's really enjoyable. And I mean, look at this. We can see that there's a cave entrance there. A lot of the entrances to tombs and things that are kind of hidden around. So there we go. This is a Harunt Artis. Now we have heard of this, so we need to look for it in the first place. This is going to be filled with slavers and smugglers. And what we might do is we might just prepare ourselves to go in for combat first. I'm unsure. I'm just going to quick save in case we crash. And we're going to equip our life belts as well. We're not sure what we're going to see. Okay, we do see someone come immediately for us. And let's maybe just try and keep ourselves topped up here. Oh, that's the wrong spell. Yeah, let's rebind. Alright, and we'll heal up. And let's get in there. One more. Alright, buddy, let's go. Got him in one. Huge. Okay, bound battle axe. We are going to be wearing that, I think, as much as we can, because they are really, really effective. Let's keep our stamina up, and let's keep our... Let's actually use our where are you? Detect creature here. Okay, so we know we've got you over there. And we know you're alone. Okay, that was a big hit on us as well, but we took him down really quickly. Anyone up here? No one up here. Beautiful. Let's use detect creature again. Failed to cast. Oh, that's a shame. Okay, so we've got 2 people down. We've got 5 people over there in the pen. That'll be slaves. So you're going to be the person to take down. We've got 1 more up ahead as well. Let's try and get you. How long in our bound axe? Next, the left gauntlet. We already have a left gauntlet, unfortunately. Let's refresh our... Yeah, let's refresh our axe. Keep ourselves topped up. Here we go. Unfortunately, our heal here is relatively low. But yeah, buddy. Oh, he's got a huge axe as well. God, them. Bloody hell. Bone. Part 1. Okay, he's got gauntlets for us. And an iron battle axe. That's worth good money. I'll take it. But we can actually wear both these braces. Armor rating of 4, armor rating of 2. Yeah, we'll just wear the right brace. We're very we're very mixy and matchy at the moment, unfortunately. Just whatever gear we can grab. Okay, we're gonna have to rest for our magicka. It's good to heal as well though, with all recharge our enchanted gear. So we've got a door over there, the slaves are going to be behind there. Let's use our detect creature as well. Just make sure it's all cleared out. So I think we should see here, yeah, this door with the slaves. And in terms of traps, you're going to have a key here. It's going to be a slave key. Yep. And this is untrapped. Beautiful. Imperial Steel Greaves, huge. Steel Warhammer, huge. Steel Katana, huge. And some saleables, love it. And a Steel Katana, again another saleable. We're getting really heavily encumbered, but Love to see stuff that we can sell. Are these expensive belts? We'll take the expensive belts. Cool. Okay. Now, we're not going to keep these people on an island underground. The best thing to do for everyone is just to free them. A boiled netch leather helm is worth 17 compared to a Nordic fur helm. We'll take it. I think I do need to maybe drop some stuff though. So Jerimar. Yeah, maybe we'll drop this iron battle axe. Yep. We'll just drop that iron battle axe. It's very, very, very heavy. Yeah, definitely the best thing to do here is actually just to release slaves. They have seen our face, and we should ask them for a favour of not revealing who we are. It looks like there's some water down here as well, so we'll use our beggar's nose where we can here. Guys, round up. You didn't see me here. I'm not going to leave you to be an enemy of me, and I'm not going to leave you to, Kishi. His braces put on their fur. Yes, you can go free. Oh. Go free is the words there. Go free. Unlock just those braces. Yep, beautiful. Skycrest had some other dialogue here as well. Thank you. It is better that we travel together. You helped me get back here, I thank you. Yeah, sure, if you want to come back to town, I'll show you the way. I'm heading back as well. I need you guys to put in a good word for me, though. What have we got over here? We've got something floating there in the water. Gallon's fishing pole. Oh, that's what the fellow sent us in there. He told us that this was going to be here. Gallon's fishing pole. And we've got a bit of a thing under here as well. Let's, oh no. I said we can't swim in our heavy armor. I said we can't swim in our heavy armor until our athletics level is high enough, so for RP reasons we will not go in there until our athletics is high enough. Our conditioning is still fairly bad. I suppose I could take off the heavy armor. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. We'll just say that we put it down, because the rest is light armor. Now breathe under here. What do we got? What do we got? Okay, there's just a mace. Is that a mace? Yep. Just a little bit of gear. No worries. Well, let's head back to... Where is our greaves? Somewhere in this pile of stuff. Jank. I'm still wearing an Imperial Steel Greaves. Shield. And axe. There we go. Beautiful. Well, somewhere in this pile is all of our stuff that we've collected here. We'll go back to a reel. They're not carrying any moon sugar. That's an iron longsword. That's worth some cash. Yeah, we'll take the longsword over the mace. And anything up here? I think we didn't clear this out. I mean, we might find some moon sugar over here. They're supply chests. Let's just check it for traps or keys. I don't think we'll have any. No, nothing like that. A low quality chest, an empty vial, expensive amulet. Sure. Gem feeder, some pauldrons, an iron right pauldron. That's going to be an upgrade for us. And let's leave something behind. Let's leave behind, that's very low value. These are really low value as well. Yep. Quality restore agility potion, some sheen, some sujama, some grief. And let's leave behind something as well. Let's leave behind a iron long spear. We'll eat some bread. Sure, it's safe. That particular bread is safe to eat because we just killed the people who are going to have it for lunch. Under normal circumstances, from an RP reason, it doesn't make any sense to go eating things around the world or collecting any alchemical ingredients. Alchemy is one of the things I kind of steer away from as a player, just because it's so busted in this game. Maybe one day I'll do like an RP character that's willing to use alchemy, but for now, I'll steer away from him. Here we go. We received a little tidbit from one of the Affix mod characters, actually, to wear sorry, to collect mushrooms. I'm just gonna have us camp out here overnight. Because of the darkness looking terrible on the render. And I'm doing my best here. Okay, doing my best here to avoid Skycrest. Skycrest taking the hits. Okay, water walking. Here we go. Again, it might take us a couple of attempts. We got it in 2 last time. There we go. Got it in 3 this time. Beautiful. I think the chance to cast actually is a little bit higher than it looks on the bar. It's a 19%er. Yeah, that looks a lot lower than 19%. And we'll just stay topped up. He's water walking along with us. Yeah, he's not going in. He's not totally fine in the waters. Got my coffee. Well, that was a very successful little venture. I'm very happy with that. Although we did take a couple of hits of 15 or 20 points of damage, we also killed people in 1 or 2 swings themselves. The lesson there is that, you know, increasing our axe skill is going to drastically increase our survivability because we are able to finish fights really, really, really fast. A full swing from our battle axe, dealing 80 points of damage before armor modifications, is so huge. That could one hit us, right? Like, we're only 60 HP right now, so if we took a hit from us right now, we would die in 1 hit. And a lot of other people will die in 1 hit as well. We are going to be looking, though, for a lot more axe skills, and using our little one-handed axe for the axe training is going to be the way to go. We will eventually make our way to the Morag Tong. We'll do a lot of writs with them. We will, I think in the interim, yeah, I'm wondering if we will be following the Fighters Guild. I don't think I will. I do think I will. I'm really just not sure. It's definitely not the Legion. I'm really umming and ahhing just about the Fighters Guild in particular. Okay, that's a character level. That's a level of heavy armor at a character level related to that as well. And one of these days we'll get these guys down. With our damaged axe as well, we're dealing so little damage. I mean, some of these Karma Foragers are fairly tanky as well, but we're dealing very little damage. Oh, come on, buddy, don't jump in front of my axe. You gotta wonder about NPCs sometimes. Alrighty. Now, this fella has asked us to escort him back to our Sydney. Where do you want to go? Travel together? You help me get back here, I thank you. Okay. Yeah, we'll keep going. Oh, he asked us to bring us to Finemouth and Satanin. We do know Finemouth. We interrogated Finemouth when looking for the killer of Foreign Gilneth. And so we can take him to Finemouth. That's no worry. We actually rejected Finemouth when Finemouth left us the breadcrumb to find this quest for Skycrest. But we ended up backdooring it anyway, I suppose, or an enchant level, just using these little pips. But yeah, we ended up backdooring the quest anyway, I suppose, by going in there with a desire to kill smugglers and steal their wares. Actually, it's a failure of a mission as far as I'm concerned, because they didn't have any moon sugar. They only had a little bit of gear. Irene, mate, I found that rod. Found that fishing rod. You found it. Where was it? I thought for sure I looked there. Now let me see it. It looks like it's been in the water too long. I suppose it has been 20 years or more. Let me give you something for it anyway. No, take it. I have more savings than I need. Especially if I can eat fish every day. I still have half my veteran's benefit. They're generous if you finish your term, though. The trick is living through it. And of course I earned well while working for House Lally. This is great. This little fishing quest added to the game here for Irene. Irene has a great little character line there as well about being both a member of the Legion and House Flalu, kind of encouraging the player to recognise that people around here in the world do work more than one job. Did they ever tell you about Old Gills? Old Gills is a slaughterfish. Must be 50 years old by now and twice as mean. Regular slaughterfish are mean, but Old Gills, well, it's coming around when I was just a boy. Whenever he's here, he scares all the little fish away. It was bad back when this village relied on fishing. I haven't seen him, but I can tell you he's out there now. The fish aren't biting. You'd think he was named Old Gills because he has gills, but he's named Old Gills Drellus, a boy who used to live here. I heard he sells potions in one of those mushroom cities now, I can see it. He was always tearing leaves apart and mushing up bugs, mixing it together to see what would happen. Eating leaves and bugs too. Weird kid, weird kid. He had a thing about Old Gills. That was before he was named Old Gills, of course. Anyway, I can't do much fishing as long as Old Gills is out there, but if you see him, try and kill him or lead him away from here. He usually comes from the deeper waters to the south, so you might want to try looking there. Otherwise, I'll just wait until he goes away. Usually he only stays a few days, but one time, right after I got back from serving in the Imperial Legion, he was here for nearly 3 months. Yeah, I'm not going down to that deep blue. No, thank you. Now this is Finemouth Shack. Finemouth, we have a delivery for you. Yeah, it's Skycrest. You found Skycrest. That's wonderful news. It looks like he has something he wants to give you. If you find Skycrest and bring us a bottle of Sheen, we can drink it together and speak of brighter days. Skycrest, he gives us the soggy pantaloons. Thank you, Jerimar Ulfricsson. I had little enough to do, and the slavers took what I had, but I want you to have these pants. No, I insist. I have another pair. And I kept these well hidden in my confinement. Oh no. Oh no, these going to be they are going to be soggy pants. These going to be shitty pants. A water walking for 15 seconds on self. That's going to be useful. That's going to be very useful indeed. Let's drop by a reel with a whole bunch of stuff to sell you, and then we'll make the journey over to Pelagia. We have a breadcrumb there with a daedra to find some fine wood, some light wood, as it were. We also have a request there to go find another batch of smugglers. Let's just rest up for our stamina. A real buddy, I would like to sell you a whole bunch of stuff. This, this. Yep. Just a lot, man. Just a lot. Restore. I'll keep a restore strength. I don't want to have to use console commands to get around a greater bone walker. 1 second. I got a sneeze coming up. Oh, there we go. My Telfast is kicking in. I do feel a lot better, but that one crept up on me. I think I might have to open my window today. Actually, let me just open my window real quick. Maybe it's pretty quiet out there, I think. I say that. But there is actually a real estate agent and some people doing tours of the apartments, and I can hear them through my window. Oh no! So maybe I'll open it up a little bit later. Restore agility, we can sell that. Keep the rising force. I can sell the Sujama and the scales. Let's read bone, I think, and let's read cunning, contempt, and confusion as well. A couple of scrolls here. Telvin's courage we don't need. Hellfire we don't need. Gem feeders we don't need. Yeah, beautiful. And a reel. Give us 1,500 for it, buddy. What do you reckon? Oh, 1,400. 1,400. You know we're good for it. Bone, part 1. Let me reseal my window. I can still hear them. Beautiful. It seems to me, said Garaz, thoughtfully looking into the depths of his flint, that all great ideas come from pure happenstance. Take, for instance, the story I told you last night about my cousin. If he hadn't fallen off that horse, he never would have become one of the Empire's foremost alchemists. It was late one night that Midas, at the King's Ham, and the regulars were always especially inclined towards philosophy. Interesting. This is a fairly long one, I might leave this one. And let's go for Cunning, Contempt, and Confusion as well. The way of cunning is the anticipation of Almalexia. Oh, I see. So these might be similar to the sermons of Vivek, but for Almalexia. Alrighty. Well, a reel, we'll sell you these as well, buddy. And we'll just bear in mind that we've sold the reel a whole bunch of books. It's very rare to lose track of these things. 425, 427? Beautiful, that's a mercantile pip.
Speak quickly, Outlander, or go away.
Yeah, let's go, let's move on. We're ready to walk to Pelagian, I believe. It's only taken 3.5 hours. The mod is super helpful. Oh, for the detect mod. Yeah, absolutely. I really enjoy it. I've always kind of toyed around with the detect spells for detect creatures and things like that, but they tend to be fairly useless because you can't actually see what's going on. So yeah, so a visual detection is really welcome, I think. And yeah, it definitely makes looking for traps and looking for doors and things a lot more palatable. The thing is as well, the beggar's nose, the way you might like to use this, it lasts for 30 seconds, it sees a good distance. Just use it, and as you wander around the world, it will show you when there are caverns, when there are caves. I believe that there's a cavern in Satanine that's underwater. And then of course you've got the 6th house base there as well. There's actually a lot going on, but you would never know. We're going to have to get our agility up before I'm willing to go underwater though. Sorry, our athletics. So yeah, a lot of levels of athletics before we're going to go do those kind of things. We'll relish in the fact that we have very little damage at the moment and get as much XP as we can out of these low-level creatures. And I think as well, let's dodge that fellow up there. We're going to be turning to the left here, so we've been asked to go towards Pelagia. There's a daedra that we need to go see. This is the fellow who may very well have some light wood for us. There's a couple of crabs down there as well to have a swing at. Now this is a pretty goofy fellow, this daedra. It's I think a fun quest. It doesn't really connect us to anything else. I don't believe so. But the light wood will give us a belt of nighthide, which I do intend to wear for a lot of the run, at least up until I have other enchanted gear for permanent night eye, things like that. I think for a lot of what I'm doing here today and playing on these characters going forward, avoiding alchemy. One thing I'm going to try and avoid as well is ranged enchantments. I was doing it on Halavina, and it's definitely a bit tedious and definitely a bit cheesy. A ranged enchantment is when you enchant either with a range of like 0 or 1 to 37. So, you know, in Fortify Strength 1 to 37 or something like that. Now, the way the enchantments in the game work, it's not as though they alter all the time, so you're not floating between 1 and 37. What happens is that when you equip the spell, when you equip the item, it rolls between 1 and 37, and then it just stays that way forever. So what you can do is you can just take it off and put it back on until it rolls 37 or 35 or 36 or 37 or however long you're willing to wait. And in doing that, you get you can get almost double, almost exactly double the strength of enchantments out of your enchanted gear than the game intends. So, so one way to look at that is just to say, okay, I'm going to take every enchanted item as the top end of its range, but then your enchanted gear is stronger than daedric gear. So what I'll be doing is I'll be using constant effect enchantments that are flat. So 17 to 17, 14 to 14, and that way they're always just on, constant effect, exactly the same number every single time. The other thing, the only exception to that will be Night Eye, and because I do Night eye is fairly expensive, and I do need a lot of night eye for the render. And so as soon as I can make an item of night eye, and give it like, you know, plus 25 points or something like that, I will be doing it. And I will be just keeping that on and rolling the highest number I possibly can. This is the Puzzle Ogrim. Hey buddy, how are you? Come, Thavir, answer Lord Cookswath's riddle. You, man-thing, not Thavir, you answer anyway. Okay, well here's the first riddle. Wait, you said riddle, not riddles, so... Fine, give me the first riddle. Okay, the kind of coat that is always wet when you're wet and you put the wet coat on? What kind of coat you put on to get wet? What are you even talking about? A raincoat? Paint? A coat of paint is wet when you put it on? Maybe. Okay, next riddle. I forgot what Lord Cookswath said, but I know one. How many alchemists does it take to screw in an amber leak? That's a joke, not a riddle. You answer me or no? Fine. 2. Ha, 2. But they have to be really small. Ha. I don't get it. I don't get it either. Though Cora tells me this one. She says it's the best one. Okay. Last riddle. 3 chests. Pick one. 1 treasure, 1 nothing, 1 death by tiny cuts. That's not a riddle either. Lord Cookswath says, say more, but I forget. West chest is best. The trap protects nothing. The middle road explodes. Okay. 1 chest, 1 nothing, 1 death by tiny cuts. Okay. 1 chest, 1 nothing, 1 death by tiny cuts. Let's see which of these is trapped. Okay, so the center one is trapped. And which of these is to the west? So the one that's to the west, we are traveling west at the moment. So the one to the west will be the one that's furthest to the left. So let's go for this one. It's only lock level 10. We can probably get that with our probe. And I'm just going to heal up before we do though in case I'm wrong. He did say death by tiny cuts and explodes. So here we go. The Ogrim laughs and says, wrong box before disappearing. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. Rats. That's a lot of rats. Should we cheese this? This is a lot of light armor training. Okay, well, maybe a little bit of cheese. Maybe a little bit of cheese. Light armor up to 16. Love to see that. Okay, okay, okay. That's a lot of rats. I do like how rat intensive the early game is. There's the rats of the Fighters Guild as well, and then there's the rats with the Telvanni as well. Okay, he's gone. Maybe let's try this one as well then. We've got a lockpick here. It's a bit too complex. It's lock level 40. Let's just use our daily power. Where are you? Power key. Here we are. Am I full health? Yeah, let's switch to our life belt just in case. Okay, this one has a basket of light wood. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright. Too easy. It's fairly heavy. There's a regular rat. This wasn't one of the tiny rats. This is a regular rat. Our Iron War Axe is really damaged. What's its damage range? Its damage range is 1 to 18. Yeah, so we are dealing minimally 1 damage at the moment, which is actually good for our level. I'll say it every time, just a reminder, the XP in Morrowind is from actions, not efficacy, so... Well, we are here in town, we might as well poke our head in. Maybe we can chat with a trader or a pawnbroker, see if there's anything to buy or sell, or anything that we might like to take out into the world. There's, Ulunil's Arms. Ulunil's Arms. This is an armorer. That might be good for us. We've got 2,000 GPs. 2,000 GPs. And we have some damaged gear. What will he sell us? He'll sell us steel. I would very much like to get some steel. So Imperial Steel Greaves. We can buy an iron helm. We can buy iron braces. We can buy steel pauldrons. We will. We'll buy steel pauldrons. And we'll buy a steel helm. And we'll buy steel boots. Have you got steel boots? He doesn't. He has iron boots. We'll buy iron boots. And we'll buy iron braces. Beautiful. Alright, buddy, let me sell you back what I don't need here. I'll sell you the light armor. These and this, and this. And I'll sell you this ball trend that I'm replacing. Beautiful. And I also would like some repair tongs, please. Total cost 227. Get us down to 215. What do you say? Offer refused. He drives a hard bargain. Mate, we're talking like 3% off. Come on. Beautiful. Alrighty. We're looking much more la part. So this is full heavy. And we have our iron repair prongs as well. Let's just top up our stamina before we repair. And we're carrying a lot of repair prongs, because we're going to go through a lot of them. Let's just use them. We've only got an armor level of 5, so we're going to, yeah, we're basically just going to run through these. But again, it is good XP. Armor contributes to strength as well, and it's also cheaper. Usually, once you get to like 10 to 15 armor, it is typically cheaper to repair your own gear and to get XP than it is to buy it yourself. But if you see there, we got 2 armor levels just trying to repair our basic gear. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. That was 3 armor levels. Love it. Alright. So even at these low levels, it goes fast. We've got 3 more repair prongs. We'll use them on our weapon a little bit later. Heavy armor 22. Heavy armor 22. Well, we are heavier than ever before. Let's drop in here. So these people have an Imperial Cult Shrine, and I do want to see about other spells. Let me just quick save again. I do definitely want to see about other spells for getting around the world. Divine Intervention. Shadback, Grobagberg. A rumor. Promotions come quickly in the Legion, you say. Mate, if you're going to have... Yeah, Steel Greaves. Steel Gauntlets. Okay, we will upgrade to Steel Gauntlets. Sure. Sure. I know we just bought these, but let's go. And we'll buy another set of repair prongs. 93? Yeah, you'll take that. Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. Alright, that's much better. That's much better. He doesn't have a steel axe, does he? I didn't actually check. No. There's a steel cuirass, though, compared to our iron cuirass. Okay. We will take it up. Imperial Steel Greaves. Armor rating of 11 versus typical Steel Greaves. Okay. Cost of 95. Give us a couple off. Give us a couple off, buddy. Alright. Well, we spent a little bit more than we needed to, and we did a little bit of back and forth, but we did end up getting almost full steel here. We just got the iron boots. You don't have steel boots, do you? I didn't check. You don't. You don't have steel boots. Okay. Suppose we could get a steel shield. Heavy armor rating 11 versus 8. It is necessary to spread out this kind of thing, so we're not 300 to 240. We're fine. We don't need to take every incremental little beat. Yes, join the Imperial Cult. I probably won't be joining the Imperial Cult. I'm here to see if you will sell me spells. Looking for work. There's not much around here. Talking again about the ebony deposits and the Imperial Cult. Can I buy cure common disease on self? Sure. Cure poison on self? Sure. Restore attributes. Okay, he'll sell us restore endurance. That's good. And restore strength as well. That's good for dungeon diving. Flame gun, frost guard, poison guard. Resist poison. Resist poison might be a good one to get us through the early game. Unfortunately, it's just so hard to know when you're going to need to use it. Maybe we can just buy a potion instead. Will you sell us healing potions? Restore health. Yep. And restore a cheap potion to fortify health. Cheap restore health. Yeah, we can buy those. A cure blight. We'll grab a cure blight. Cure paralyzation. We'll keep another one of those. And cure poison. We'll keep another one of those. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, we're spending a lot of money, but we're spending a lot of money on survivability. That's the thing about permadeath. There's no point dying with cash. There's no point dying with cash in hand. Alright, so we have some directions to go from Pelagia. Let's just reread those. We have some directions to go from Pelagiad to a cave with a smuggling operation. Raflod the Braggart. So here's the one who gave us the task, gave us the job. Raflod the Braggart asked me to get a copy of the book, The Prayers of Baronat. There's a copy in Punamu, which is on the northern coast between Pelagiad and the Dren Plantation. The northern coast between Pelagiad and the Dren Plantation. Alrighty, so his specific advice was to walk around the coast and stop when you reach the Dren Plantation. So we'll use our discover. We'll use our detect door, I think, to help us out with that. Where'd that crab go? I swear there was a crab just now. Maybe it was a rock. Yeah, there's going to be this one over here, maybe. So we can detect a door over here. There's a couple of crabs over there that I want to go hit, for sure. And can we detect anything across the water? It might be a little bit far. So are you Punamu? You are Panat. Maybe I can poke my head in here into Panat and see what's up. We are fairly heavy, unfortunately. Okay, someone came at us and immediately. I think we probably have a better armor class than they do. Yeah, no, we're fine to take this person down as we are. We'll just use our life belts as we go through. Hopefully it's going to be good axe training for us. I'm missing a fair bit. Maybe they're a high agility class. Oh yeah, I'm fairly low agility. I've only got 30 agility. That's what's happening. Hopefully we can increase our agility quite a lot as we go. Oh, we got the block off. Beautiful. Getting blocks off is going to be important for our raising our agility level. Come on. Come on. We got a full level just in combat with this woman. That's absurd. Ah, beautiful. There we go. There we go. Well, Chitin Warax 1 to 11. Our Iron Warax is better. We're just going to have to make full swings, I think. Speed 1.25. Yeah, same speed as well. Let's just heal up and hopefully recover our life belt as well. So it looks like there's some access point down here with some water. Okay, there's no one down here. Let's I'm going to be using Detect Life, I think, a fair bit more than I initially estimated. So I am going to put Detect Life here on spell slot number 6. Detect Life. Detect Creature. Detect Creature it's called. So let's get a sense for this place. What did I put on spell slot number 5? The axe. Yep. So we are going to see... Okay, so there's going to be people around for sure. So that's a person. That's a Nyx Hound. Beautiful. Beautiful. We can deal with a Nyx Hound. That's going to be maybe another creature over there. And that's a trapped gate behind that Nyx Hound. And there's people down there as well. Yeah, there's more people down there. And there's somebody in here as well. Okay, so creatures show... Humans show as red, I see. Okay, well let's see about this person here. This is a trapped gate, let's untrap it. Probe used up. Another probe. Disarm trap failed. Trap disarmed, beautiful. Let's go with this. Now, oh, it's a Nord. We might like to use our bound battle axe here. Oh, he's using hand to hand. That's okay. That's okay. Getting a knockdown in this kind of circumstance is really frustrating. Let's detect creature and see. Okay, we've got someone up there as well. Someone up there as well. Let's see if we can get the approach. Okay, it's a mage. Got a knockdown. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, that was clean. That was clean. We got the Axeman. Oh, that's an axe level. I'll take it. And that's a character level as well. Character level 4, up to 72 max HP. 63 on the axe. Cyrodiilic Brandy. Alright, summon skeleton. Elemental burst fire. So we are looking for a book. We're in the wrong dungeon. We're in the wrong dungeon for the actual task we came here to do. But we're going to clear this out, and then we're going to make some money. I think. Failed. Trapped with burden. I maybe could tank the burden and let it wear off. Nah. Security levels. Great. Let's take it. Lockpick used up. Another go. There we go. Beautiful. And we have Nagast Kavata. Bargain potion of jump. A couple of bargain potions, no worries. Ooh, stack of scrolls. Love it, love it. Dispel oneself, that's a good one. We'll take some gold, we'll take some potions. And pauldrons. Empty. Take some more scrolls. We'll take some grief, sure. I'm not going to take everything. Is that we'll take some grief, sure. Take some moon sugar if they have it. Sujama, mats, boiled potions we can leave. No one wants them. More grief, a quality potion. Odysseus's, we'll keep that. We'll keep that. Okay, they got a little stack of food here. No worries, and they got a couple of little bedside table kind of things going on. Sujama. We can, yeah, I'll leave that mat. Quality potions. Grief. Nice. Nice. Lots of high value light loot here. Gem feeder. Sujama, sure. Alrighty. Righty. Let's keep going. Now we know there are 2 more people. There's a lot more people in here. Actually, with 3 tightly packed like that, I reckon that's going to be a slaver. We can release them. Ain't nothing wrong with releasing slaves, especially if it gets them on our good side. And this is a locked gate. Did we find a key elsewhere? Did we find a key on this body? No? Okay. Well, it looks like we'll have to unlock this gate ourselves. And we can put that fishing pole down. Not actually the quest item. Lockpick success, got that in 1. And there's another lock over there. That's an orc. It's an orc that is wearing armor. So let's use our bound battle axe for this. Huge. Yeah, just a kind more axe, thankfully. Better to be safe than to be sorry. Yep. And these guys are slaves. Let's find the key. Got too many spells on my bar already. I'm already making mistakes. Do I have a key around? I do have a key on the bedside table here. Beautiful. No traps in these chests. No, beautiful. Well, guys, I'm not going to leave you here to rot. But I don't expect you to rat me out either. Just going in here and clearing out dens, eliminating rivals, potential rivals. Now, at the end of the day, all these people are going to be working in some capacity for the Commander Tong and Dagoth I mean, that's the secret here, right? All these people, when they're smuggling, they're either smuggling kind of on the behest of the Empire or with the Empire's kind of tacit knowledge. or you know, some kind of arrangement with the House Dagothr, or with the Commander Tong, if the Commander Tong have an arrangement with House Dagothr. So yeah, all of the smuggling operation is tacitly agreed to, I suppose. And a lot of the Imperials will be on the take to allow this to happen. So we're not being the good guy clearing these things out. We're just participating in the sport, I suppose. Participating in the local economy. We got a couple of crabs over there. I want to clear those crabs, and I want to rest the night as well, because it's really, really dark in the compression there, and I do appreciate it's probably fairly difficult to see at the moment. One of these days I can hear the crab. Beautiful. Thank you. Let's go rest 9 hours. We're awoken by a scrib. Okay, well there's an axe level as well. Let's just give ourselves 2 more hours of rest. Beautiful. Well, it's a very rainy day. It's not going to help too much, but we'll take it. Up to character level 4 at the moment. It's moving through fairly quickly. Let's just use our beggar's nose as well to see if we can find the door to this Pnumu. Now they said it was going to be on the northern coast. I can't see it. I probably shouldn't go back into town with this much weight. I probably shouldn't, sorry, go into the next dungeon with this much weight. We're going to see if we can just go sell some of these potions in Pelagia whilst we're close, because we are in the red on our encumbrance, and you can really feel it as well. Yeah, how slow is our guy moving? Oh yeah, you can see this hardly moving at all. Strength levels are going to be really, really important for us, obviously, because it's going to allow us to have a lower level of encumbrance while wearing our own gear. And then athletics are going to help us with our movement speed at higher levels of encumbrance as well. Not to mention raw speed stats. We'll see where we can sell these though. I believe this is a trader. This is a general trader. Yeah, beautiful. Let's pop with the general trader. We're just going to catch our breath before we talk to him. How are you, Mabiastan? Mabastian Ents. You plan to be in Pelagia long, then you want to know where the services are? It's a pleasant little village. Indeed. Quite like it here. Thinking of setting yourself up as a mercenary or questing hero? Not much to do around here. I beg to differ. I feel like there's a fair bit to do around here, buddy. Let me sell you disease resistance. Let me sell you a potion of jump. Some Cyrodiilic brandy. Restore endurance. Restore luck. I don't need all of these. I'll keep the restore strength. Grief, mats. We'll keep these. Fortify fatigue, restore luck, restore personality, restore strength. Spoiled potions. You can sell you. We'll keep the healing potion. We'll keep the flight potions as well. The Axeman you can have. Here we go, and let's just move any scrolls that I don't intend to use. Scroll of invisibility. We'll keep a couple of Indusiuses. They're really light, and they're really useful as well. Mage's Eye. Detect enchantment 40 to 80 feet for 10 seconds. I might like to just have that spell myself. Reflect could be really good. Reflect could be really good. Resist Magicka and Reflect. Trisana's Spell Twist. We're actually selling him a fair bit of stuff. Tell you what, 276. No, a bit too much. That's a 10% increase. Okay. He's willing to take a 9% barter. Another 10% barter with a 9% barter. And let's just try and clear our weight on these as well. Get the XP out of him. If we can see armor up to 10, that might give us another pip of strength. There we go. Repair prongs. Okay, we used a few repair prongs there as well. Beautiful. All right. let's head back out there. We're looking for the smuggler's den. We're looking for a smuggler's den between Pelagiad and the Dren Plantation. So the Dren Plantation is over there to the northeast of Pelagiad. Is it? Is that true? No, it's not. I'm thinking of the fields of Kumu. The Dren Plantation is to the southeast of Pelagiad. And we want to travel along the north shore. So what we're going to be doing is actually continuing our walk past where that Ogrim was. I walked to the wrong shore and then entered the wrong cave and killed the wrong smugglers. Who cares? When we're taking hits, we'll take hits, but in the interim, I'll take what I can get. There it is. Now this one I know is the wrong place and it's difficult, but let's just put our ear against it and double check. Now believe. This is where one of my characters died recently in this cave. Manamu. We might circle back around to it. It's one of the ones I'm requiring myself to have 100 HP and 25 armor. I mean, realistically, 25 armor is a bit harder to get than 100 HP. Especially if you take armor class as a minor skill. And so what's going to happen is we're probably going to reach like 150 HP and 25 armor class. Something like that. The whole thing is, I suppose, effective HP versus physical. Obviously, total HP is effective versus all kinds of damage. Poison, magic, fire, everything like that. Armor's only good against physical damage at the end of the day. Can we see a door? They said if we reach the Dren Plantation, we've gone too far. It's along the north coast. Maybe they don't mean the north coast of the inlet. Maybe they mean the north coast of the isle. Maybe when you're on the water, you refer to the north coast as the north coast, but maybe when you're on the isle, yeah, there's a door down there. Beautiful. That's great. I'm loving this. I'm loving this detect. Yeah, the tower. Maybe the tower's good. Maybe the tower's good for roleplay. I mean, obviously, Atronach is the only thing that's really good in the grand scheme. Because Atronach gives you 50 points of spell absorption. And you're not going to get that 50 points of spell absorption anywhere else. Okay, we're immediately attacked by a Nick sound. Get it down. Let's detect creature here. Fail to cast. That's okay. Hopefully all these casts will get our mysticism level up as well. Okay, we have a creature over here, another Nick sound. And we have somebody over there in that cave. I don't know where here. Is this door trapped or locked? This door is not trapped, it's not locked. There's one to our left though. Old gate. What's in here? Just a puddle? Just a puddle. Okay. Ooh. Let's... Let's do it, buddy. Okay, the caster. Let's get him down. Oh, beautiful. There were two of them. They look the same. Are they brothers? Are they twins? Fendros Varus and Levan Addis. Alright, we know that there's a little key here. Where'd that key go? Oh, the key is in the chest. Is that what that's it? Oh, that's awesome. Look at that. They can even show me if a key is in a container. That's insane. That's really cool. Okay, we'll get a bottle of Sejama. I'll take a Sejama.
This is the end of you,
Oop.
Switch.
A caster. Let's stay topped up. And let's use detect creature again. So I need to know if there are more people. There are more people. There's someone over there. That's going to be That's going to be maybe their leader. Yep. Let's get our bound axe back out. Favours cast. Not enough magicka. Okay. We'll just have to... Can't wait. Enemies nearby. I'm not going in without it. In fact, I think if it's a... Really? None of it? None of it? Oh, it's this rat. Okay, can I rest over here? They got a big pond, man. Don't fall in or I'll drown. Don't fall in or I'll drown. Obviously, the game won't kill me for real. You can always swim. But for RP reasons, don't fall or I'll drown. So I'm thinking we'll go in here with this axe. I might even go in with my shield spell. Our shield power. It's worth it. I don't know what we're going to find here. We'll go in with Woe. It's an extra 30 points of shield. And that's going to take us past our requirements here. Yep, you.
Your life to me and I will end your
Gotcha.
pain.
Let's move fast while we can. Is this trapped? It is trapped. What am I hit by? Drain block. That's not a worry. Let's move fast. And you.
No escape.
Easy. Okay, beautiful. Whew. We got it done. We got it done. A ring of shadow form. Common shirt. I like that shirt actually. I might put this one on. And some gold. And you. A chitin spear. Guys, I've been drinking a lot of coffee and I've also been sitting here for 4 hours. I'm just going to take a brief little pause and go to the bathroom. And we'll return in 5 minutes. We'll clear out this loot. And then we'll go back to Pelagia, then go back to Say the Need and deliver the quest line as well. BRB. Alrighty, we're back. Bit of a longer break. I also went to the kitchen, made some food, and then I also realised I ran out of bread, so I went to the servo and got some bread. So, yeah, I kind of got everything done in one go. Let's continue. Now, where we last left off, I believe we have cleared everyone from this cave. And what we want to do is just want to make sure that there's no traps or anything like that around. Iron short sword we can take. And aside from that, we're going to take all their stuff. Take an expensive ring for sure. Anything that's light and easy to carry, we'll take it. 250 arrows. Yeah. Take Sujama. Take a... yeah, that kind of stuff can stay. Oh, this is good. Grief. Mats. Sujama. And gold. Now, what do they have over here? They have an emerald, a silverware platter, an apprentice's lockpick. Potion of water walking, very nice. And there's the prayer. That's what we came here for. Let's take that. Sheen. Aquarius? Yeah, that's good value. Cyrodiilic Brandy and Sujama. And Netchla the Quirus. The Quiruses tend to be good value. Let's eat some bread. Iron Warhammer. Well, if they'd been swinging that, we might have been a little bit concerned, but... nope, with what we've got in the end. Just need to detect a creature there as well, and just make sure we're not seeing anyone along the way. An Iron Tanto, we can leave that. And yeah, no, I believe we're in the clear. What are you? You're a door. You're a door, is that right? Did I miss something over there? Oh, it's the door that we went through. It's not a door we missed, it's a door we've been through. Beautiful. Now these little crates as well. Quality restore willpower. Very nice. Some nuts and some Sujama. Spoiled potions will leave. No worries about those. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright, well we're in the clear. It looks like there's a lot of water in this cave. We may just leave that. You know what? There is actually a path here we haven't checked yet. Let's just make sure there are no creatures over here. Oh no, it's more of more water access. Okay. So a lot of these caves, they do tend to have a lot of water access, and then just once you get into the water, it will kind of loop you around or bring you from cave to cave and point to point. But I think for our purposes today, we got everything that we need to. We've got our gear to sell, we've got our quest item, and we are very, very heavily encumbered with a relatively low athletics stat. A good by human conditions, but certainly not good enough to swim in heavy armor. So we're just going to head back. And yeah, so as expected, it was on the north shore of the isle here. We're actually really close to Pelagia. That's just over there, up the hill. Let's walk on over. Do we have divine intervention? No. Tell you what though, we'll put on Civi intervention on. Let's put magic recall on number 9, and let's put Civi intervention on number 8, and then we'll put divine intervention on number 7 when we get it. Gonna have to leave a mark somewhere as well. I mean, a mark in Say the Name probably would have been a good idea before we left the joint. That said though, in the long run, I think we are certainly going to leave our mark in the Mages Guild. The Mages Guild in Vivek is a good mark for divining to Ebonheart or Civvying to Vivek Temple. We're probably not going to have that playstyle though, so maybe we're going to leave our mark and recall in the Morag Tong arena, because actually that's a fairly difficult place to reach. But then you can Civvy to Temple, and I believe from arena you can divine to Ebonheart. I think we'll just be far away from the guild network, kind of regardless of how we swing that. Yeah, let's go back to Mebiston. Oop. I just used Beggar's Nose accidentally. Instead of, yeah, we'll just catch our breath here before we trade with Mebiston. Yeah, mate, we're just catching our breath. And our endurance being 52 means we're actually regenerating our fatigue fairly well. There we go, beautiful. We're back up to cap. Yes, Mebiston will sell you the lot. Again, we're back with more to sell. Cyrodiilic Brandy. We'll keep the Restore Strength again. That's the Restore Speed. I want the Restore Strength. So the Grief. Cure, Paralyze, Poison while they're walking. You can have this. I'll keep those. You can have this. I'll keep the book. You can have Scrolling Invisibility. You can have Gem Feeders. And you can have this Silverware Plate. How about it? 850. What do you reckon? 850. Beautiful. I agree. And let's once again top of our gear. Successful little adventure. Absolutely. Absolutely successful little adventure. Let's make our way back to Seydenine. It's currently 9 PM. It's about a 2-hour walk and it's very late at night. Maybe we should get a bed. Yeah, let's get a bed here before we head out tomorrow. We can't spend every night in the wilds, and there is an inn here, the Halfway Tavern. But we are halfway of our mind to go back to Seydenine tonight. Let's book a bed here in the Halfway Tavern, and let's have a bit of a gab with people. Enjoy your stay in Pelagia. Thank you very much. Look, I just don't feel comfortable about talking about that with you. Oh, interesting. The Thieves Guild is active here by the sounds of it.
Speak, traveler.
Now, what we're going to do is we're just going to speak to everyone here, and then we're going to turn into the night, and we can, in my mind, in the RP, you know, when you rest for hours and hours and hours, that includes things like eating and drinking and sleeping. A rumor says the Emperor has repealed the war tax. If you want to know the sorcerer's tricks and trade, talk to Smoky Morth at the Varro's Trade House in Voss. Smoky Morth, down to earth as Smoky. There you go. My trade, I'm a sorcerer. Through my mastery of special disciplines of the College of Conjuration and my private studies of the outer realms and the powers of principalities, I've learned to summon and command the denizens to do my bidding. Oh, a sorcerer is a conjurer, so not a necromancer. And Hasi. Yes, we know all about Anhasi. Anhasi is a monk. In mind and spirit, Anhasi is a student of the hidden mysteries of the unseen world. In body, Anhasi is a student of the ancient martial arts, the Rain of Sand style of home. When Anhasi must defend herself, she prefers claw and close and wears no army, because Anhasi does not have, Anhasi cannot lose, indeed. Why are you asking me? Would you like to join the Thieves Guild? Interesting. Anhasi does nothing important. Hello, Nelos Onmar. Nelos. There's a quest breadcrumb to join up with Nelos at some point here. We can meet a lady out on the road. I'm a lovable rogue, a silver-tongued devil with a taste for the better things in life, indeed. Indeed, he is very, very annoying. And I believe this person over here is a straight-up Ashlander, Yakum Harashishishi. You know Ashlanders? Yes, a little. Yakum is Ashlander. We are the people of the wastes. We hunt and herd gua. We live the law and honor the ancestors. No houses, just yurts. I was a herder, but now I want to become rich, like a great trader. I will live in a town and fight and find treasure and get rich and learn to trade. The soul sickness and the blight storms are very bad now in the Ashlands, so I come to Pelagiad. I live in a big house and work for men who pay gold. There's a bad magic in the dust from Red Mountain. The Sharmat Dagothur sends bad dreams in the dust. The people can't sleep, they act crazy. When the blight storms come, soul sickness comes, both together. And when I lived in the Ashlands, I got no sleep and had bad dreams, and I was all the time tired. Now I'm here in Pelagiad, I sleep fine. There is a bad magic in the dust from Red Mountain. The grass dies, the Kwama and the Gua go mad, they bite and fight. Those are very hard times for the tribes, so the tribes go raiding. Here there is no blight, and I live in the big house and get rich and soft like a fat trader. Hey man, it's good to be, it's good to be. The Yeah, the reality is that Dagother is driving everyone mad and enslaving people in their minds. Ladia Florugris. Florugris. New around here, huh? I'm Ladia Florugris. Shine, shine, shine. I think that's Lydia, actually, Lydia. Always carry a Jugger Sujama with you. The burst of strength and the ability to penetrate armor and serious damage will give you a one-time punch to the face, an opponent you normally can't handle. Beautiful. It looks like she has some bartering for us. Another member? Too bad. Can't train you against the rules. Oh, interesting. Is that our door? That one's not for us. Is this one for us? Hello? Oh, Horodris. What do you think you're doing in here? Go away now. Oh, I'm sorry, Horodris. I thought this was in my room. It looks like this one's my room over here. Beautiful. Well, let's catch up until 7 AM and we'll make our march back to Satan Inn. I believe Horodris might be a target in a quest, maybe like a daedra quest or something like that. It seems like they have a daedric artifact, something. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100%. I think whenever I've come across Horodris, I've not been of the mind to kill them with their belt, and I've never taken the time to, like, you know, disintegrate their. Well, it's a belt. They're wearing it, right? And you can't damage it off their body. So here we go, back on the road. So I think every now and then I'm just going to use Beggar's Nose, and just every time I notice that my magicka is full, we've got a little trickle of regen on our magicka just to smooth out the experience of not needing to rest all the time. And that one's going to be an ancestral tomb. That one's going to be for the main quest, so we'll leave it for that. Of course, we don't know that, but so what's the range on this? We know that there's something just there. We can't see it yet. And when's this going to leave our range? Oh, it's a pretty decent range. Yeah. Love it. Yeah, right now I have good reason just to head back straight back to the Satan Inn, because we do have a job from turning in a quest for the Braggart, rail off the Braggart there. I wonder, have we done everything else around town? We've cleared 2 ancestral tombs. We've cleared 2 smugglers' dens. I believe, you know what, there's a smuggler's den under the water as well. So we may see it whilst we're using. Beggar's Nose. But I think we're going to have to be fairly close to the coast to do it. Yeah. And here we go. All these doors popping up around town. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, we also haven't found the Scrolls of Icandian Flight. We also haven't found the Scrolls of Flight yet, because we've actually not walked that far out of town.
My patience is limited.
Let's have a squiz though. It's in the Elderfear's house. Elderfear's house. She's out and about, so that'll be locked. Bondius Nuccius's house. Did he leave town yet? Bondius. I can buy that ring off you, buddy. His cursed ring has been added to your inventory. So it's a ring that's going to increase our agility. Soul sickness, let's ask about that. I'm telling you, it's making me worried. My neighbor was outside in the middle of the night last night, running around and talking nonsense. In the morning, he doesn't remember a thing about it. Those scholars talk stuff about the delusions, diseases and such. What the hell does it mean? And why can't the priests cure it? Indeed. It's got some new Morrowind lore for us as well. First domination Resdane was ruled by the first council in the Tribunal Temple. The name changed to Morrowind when it became an imperial province. Yeah, what are you? You're a back door to Ariel's trade house. Let's go chat with the Braggart. Where is the back door? He's got a key on this person. There you go. It must be under the stairs. Well, how about you, Rafflod? How are you doing with those jobs? I gave you the Prayer of Baronat. Yes, I'll give you the book. I'm sure the client would be pleased. Here's your share of the bounty. Let me know if you want more jobs. 200 gold. Very nice price. Another client has some interest in house dress. There's not many dress around here, but they're a big deal on the mainland. There's an old guide for house dress in the Saris ancient tomb a bit west of here. You in? The tomb the guidebook is in is due west of here. If you don't like swimming, Go west along the coast until you get to a peninsula, then swim west from the southernmost tip of the peninsula. You'll hit a little island, that's where the Saras family sticks their dead. You'll also want a ghost fighting weapon. Did you find that book? I don't. If I saw it in there, alchemists have easy targets for inexperienced thieves. They have far too many ingredients for them to keep an eye on all of them all the time. There you go. It's also telling us there's a lot of money to be found in dwarven ruins. I actually disagree. Dwarven ruins are kind of typically a waste of time. Unless you find a good amount of diamonds and such. Block, long blade, medium armor. We might take a few little block levels here. What do you reckon with Rafflod? Rafflod, can we raise your disposition, buddy? Yes, thank you. We might take a few block levels here with Rafflod today.
You choose to share your time with me.
Let's bring it up to 15. Let's bring it up until we get a pip of agility. Because I really would like our block to contribute to agility nicely. And it's very cheap training right now. Beautiful. Oh, that's a character level. It's getting 150. We can grab a few more, yeah. 160, one more maybe? 24, 25? Maybe because it's a minor skill. Well, we have a lot of cash, and yeah, leveling up block like that with some levels will make our survivability much higher. Our armor class is still fairly low, but hopefully we'll see that he raises the shield a bit more often. It's the middle of the night now. Let's ask Ariel about a bed. Ariel doesn't have beds. Cyrillic brandy. What we might do is we might just train through the night, actually. I'll take a few more levels. Block's one of those skills that goes up faster when you are a higher level, because it gets used randomly. And, yeah, there we go. Agility levels you level 30. Unfortunately, all those levels and we didn't get any pips. And we'll just say that Ariel did actually sell us a bed. Spent the whole day training our block and learning some skills with Rafflod. Then we took a bed with Ariel. The block skill happens randomly, and the minimum chance, I believe, is I think close to 15%, but the maximum chance is close to 50. And so you only need a few levels in it to start leveling it up quite quickly, just by virtue of raising your shield a lot more. But up until the shield starts raising a lot more, like it's just in the hole, and there's just like probabilistically very weak chance of getting out. And we've kind of seen that, even though I've been holding a shield for a very long time. I've only raised the shield a couple of times, but that's also character level 5 for a 79 HP. We're close to 100, I can feel it. A couple of pips of endurance and a couple more levels. If we can get 4 more endurance pips and 2 more levels, we'll be there at 100. And our heavy armor skills are going to be coming up quickly as well. Let's use our detect key. So we're going to go out for the Saras tomb. And of course I would like to take any additional swings I can take along the way for extra axe hits. And we're just going to do our best to keep our detection spells active. Oh, I'm getting some frame droppage there in game. Let me just save unless we crash. Another cliff racer. Yeah, we'll just do our best to keep detect our beggar's nose active so that we can see around. I'm paralyzed. We have a couple on us right now. We've got the cliff racer as well. Oh, and there's a rat. I didn't know where the rat came from. I didn't. Chant up to level 7. Beautiful. I don't know where that rat came from, but hey. We'll get our swings in for sure. All axe training, baby. Heavy armor up to 25. Love to see it. Wonderful. Wonderful. Let's just try and keep our fatigue up a little bit. Okay, there's the tomb. That might be it. The Saran tomb over there. A good spread of low-level enchanted gear. I've always kind of turned away from enchant because It feels kind of overpowered in a bunch of different ways, but also I felt like low-level gear wasn't going to contribute that much to actual character, and high-level gear was going to be far too powerful. But actually, it seems like low-level gear recharges really totally in a fine way. Especially these kind of like little rings and things like that. They offer a little bit of contribution, but it's the kind of contribution that in the early game, like you can see here, we've got two more pips of this stamina one. You will also notice that there is a cooldown on our enchanted gear for balance reasons. That's a balance mod. I feel like we're close to another axe level. However, we have to be careful of this niche. I certainly don't want to accidentally attack the niche. Can we see this door from over here? Okay, so what's our range? What's 150 feet? Fish. Come on, fish. I still can't see that door. Did the game's AI break? Maybe. Maybe I've broken the game. I might need to reload it. I am running a lot of mods. Oh no. Oh, what are you? What are you? Wait, let's look at that again. What are you? There's a door down there. There you go. That's news to me. Now, I think for our character to justify going into the water, we are going to have to take off all of our armor. That's incredible. I never knew that was there. I mean, I suspected there was one there. I've heard the rumor that there's you know, caverns under the coast of Sadanin, but I've never actually seen them. There's one over there. So let's just see if that one's Saris first. In order for us to go out under the water, I'm going to have to take off my armor and leave it on the ground. From an RP perspective. Man, RP and hardcore together is so scary. Now we just want to see, is this one the Saris tomb? Oh, okay, there's a Quama Forager that woke me up earlier. It's glitched into the wall. Yeah, we can't hit it. This is the last ancestral tomb. So it's a different tomb. Let me see if I can use our water walking here. Now, I think we got about a 20% chance to cast it. Okay, we missed. That's fine. Come on, come on. It's going to come down or not? Maybe it doesn't have space. Here it comes. Okay. Just be careful of this niche. There we go. Beautiful. I'll tell you what, actually, guys. I'm just going to put myself here in this tomb and rest up. Oh, there's something down here for us. Okay, there's a Bone Lord. We can do a Bone Lord. Even if it damages our attributes, because it's the lesser Bone Lord, it will our attributes will be restored as soon as it's felled. As soon as it goes down, so it'll only be temporary drain. And there's a skeleton down there as well. It's a skeleton with a shield. So it's going to be safe. It's the ones without the shield I'm always worried about. Let's grab it. Okay, this has a full spear. Beautiful. Oh, we got dropped. Let me use restore health. Low agility, I suppose. Let me use another restore health. Oh my lord, let me use 2. And our life bells as well. God damn. God damn. I just came in here to rest, man. Just came in here to rest. Okay. Well, let's post up in here like a vampire. And heal ourselves. And I'm also going to do an RP save here as well. Jerimar, Ulfricsson, great first day. Look at this. 79 HP, level 5, almost 70 strength, 57 axe skill. We were able to buy a whole lot of block skill as well for our survivability. Unfortunately, didn't contribute anything to our agility pips, but it'll come along as well. And as our heavy armor goes up, we will just become tankier and tankier and tankier. Only 10 armor at the moment. Are we, yeah, it looks like we can do some repairing on our gear, which will contribute a bit more armor score. But yeah, for now, I'm really happy. We've got a big spread of different survivability options. We have potions, we have enchanted gear, we have scrolls, we have a spell as well. No, on top of that, we have our powers. I've been really, really impressed with this Beggar's Nose. I appreciate I went for a bit of a longer break then and came back, and then I didn't actually play much longer. But it is fairly late in the day for me, and there are things that I want to do. Also, let's not forget I've got to return this basket of lightwood. So we've got a bit more to do around saving in next time. Something under the water, return the basket of lightwood, and find this Saris tomb. But anyway, anyone who came along for the ride today, fairly long episode 1 for a return to the Executioner. This has already got more playtime than the first Executioner build that we failed with. And she died as part of the Morag Tong, so we're just being a lot more careful. I think we won't join the Morag Tong until we're at least to level 10, I think. Again, looking at those requirements, at least 100 HP and 25 armor, or like 150 HP and 15 or 20 armor or something like that. Just a lot more survivability before we go out there and start gambling with life. Anyway, thanks for coming along, anyone who, as always, watches these videos. Like and subscribe to share it with more people who like to sleep to Morrowind content, I suppose. And if you're still working, have a great day at work. Hopefully you've got not too long left. If you've had this one on the 3rd monitor today. Anyway, I'm rambling. Ciao, ciao, ciao. Have a good day. Bye.